My goodness. So sorry about that, everybody. I am here. Welcome to another episode or another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. Since I'm late, I will make sure we are all good to go on our chat messages first. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, as always. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. And I do hope that you enjoy your stay. I am doing okay after having all right breakfast myself. But that said, it is time for us to play the camera mini game and thank our wonderful contributors and patrons during this month's cycle. I read these placards at the start of each and every stream as a way to give back to you guys. It's the smallest way I have, among others, to give back. You guys mean the world to me for even having any names on these placards at all. So thank you for that. Let's get started by reading them right away. Although if you want your names on these placards, a Twitch subscription, Patreon, or Coffee membership, or making any one-time contribution of at least $2 or more through Coffee or other platforms, is the method to getting your names on this list. And a new feature for those on Twitch, and I'm thinking about doing similar for like Coffee and Patreon members. But if you pay in for a certain period of time consistently, I will even give you the nice handy dandy purple text, like I've given Mr. Ballshack for his entry. That said, thank you to both Grunge Monkey and Ballshack for their Twitch subscription memberships. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a subscription package. Thank you very much. Including but not limited to the emotes, extra voting power on voting items, and other stuff. All subscriptions get the same, pretty much the same benefits, with the exception of Twitch. For Patreon, I do not have anything, and the same goes for the one-off contributions, but I do want to thank people who have used Patreon or other platforms for one-off contributions as well during this month's cycle, or in the past. You guys, I really appreciate it. I'd like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with such a membership package, good sir. Truly, I hope you do. And other than that, it's time for the streamer to give out the report card. And by report card, I mean, here are things that Mr. Coin has done and not done as of the time that I wrote these down as part of bookkeeping. So I have addressed the TCC ticket. I need to go back and put a proper ending reply in there, but I did at least give some acknowledgement to Mr. Suremu and his remarks. I already took care of that. I just need to actually log and probably resolve the ticket. I did watch the stream VOD, and I found that Grunge Monkey was correct. The applauses were in fact not working. At least some of the applause tracks were not working, for whatever crazy reason. I have updated the TDR Nova extension and a couple of other things about OBS. I'm sort of hoping that's fixed it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, or it just, it's one of those things that requires the ever so magical computer restart. Things I have not done. I have not worked on the Discord stuff as of yet, but it is under consideration. I'm still thinking about how I want to tackle it. So, work in progress. it's things that are actually relevant. I've still not put anything in the executive lounge yet for the ideas I had referenced earlier that I said I was going to put in the executive lounge. That is also work in progress. And the last thing on my report card is the combined shill. That is still in the process of being edited. I'm having to double check the video footage, as well as like double check the audio codec as it's being put out. But I expect the combined shill to probably be done tomorrow. You know, knock on wood, the codec is correct. There's not some corruption causing the combined footage to go, I don't like it. So no new shill yet, but it's a work in progress. I promise you guys by the end of the week that the report card is going to look really good. Mr. Jason says, hello and welcome to Mr. Jason Glaces Mr. Coin episode. You know, I've lost count. Too true. Let's get us out of the title screen, eh? Mr. Jason says, for me, good sir, you are the ultimate package. And while I volunteer my time and it is worth every minute, I got you for free. My appreciation to that. I'm glad I have found purchase. In that regard, let's do a little bit of a recap as to what happened last time. So last time we I believe we cleared the outer wall after having died a couple of times. We also did this lookout tower over here. There were a couple of places that we had done. We also dealt with Lanceax, the Black Knife Assassin, as well as Grave Sentinel and Grant, before dying to a dog. That is pretty much what happened. Full stop. Absolute full stop. Today's goal is probably going to be Eleanor of the Briar. I know that's you know, I realize that's kind of a low goal, but realize that this area right here is a huge undertaking. There are, well, I'll discuss it a little bit more when we get there, but let's just say that that place is annoying for a lot of different reasons. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, there might be a possibility that Mr. Jason disappears at some point for a little while today, good sir. No worries. If you're here, you're here. And if you're not, then time marches on and we keep moving, right, good sir? I appreciate the heads up. That is quite helpful. In slightly more positive, whimsical news, not sponsored by Cheerwine, but I have obtained ambrosia. Mr. Jason says, if I'm here, I'll glaze you. If not, I'll glaze you later. This is a Krispy Kreme factory, okay? I can't help that the stream has become a Krispy Kreme factory slash a Dunkin' Donuts factory. Although I don't, I'm gonna ask this, and I don't know what answer I'm gonna get, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Over there where you live, Mr. Jason, are Krispy Kremes and like Dunkin' Donuts a thing? I assume not, because those are like US retail brands slash like US like food establishment brands, but we do have Krispy Kremes. Okay, so for us, Krispy Kreme is kind of like that, what we call like the lowbrow donut variety shop. It's not that the Krispy Kreme donuts are bad. It's that Krispy Kreme donuts are they're the working man's donut over here. So I guess you answered the question before I even asked it, Mr. Jason, which was, you know, how is Krispy Kreme perceived over there? But you know, there's the statement right there. It's literally Hotel Chocolat expensive. Which I don't know how to feel about that. Did I miss one, Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason says, well, good sir, makes sense. You are very sweet, good sir. Yes, these are certainly enough, enough bits of glaze to make one diabetic, good sir. I'm also going to ask another question, if you don't mind, and that is, did you hear the laugh track? Because, yeah, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it, Sir Doggo. Get out of here. What? Dead again. Okay, I have learned. Do not let those dogs ambush you. I'm now ready to take a steak. Mr. Jason says I did, yes. It was quite faint, but I did. Interesting. Okay. So if it's faint, that's a problem. I'm going to test this again and be very, like, just very, very quiet for a second, if I can, like, just eyeball my surroundings here, make sure I'm not dying. Okay, I'm gonna not monitor the capture card, and I'm gonna do this again with the decrement ready. Huh. Okay. So, voice mod has no way for me to separate the sounds. There's no, like, advanced voice mod. That was a bit louder. Oh, okay, that's cool. So then, Mr. Jason, would you say that the game audio is in fact competing a little bit with the voice track, with the laugh track? Because I was told it was broken, but if it's hearable, then it's not broken, it's quiet. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, good sir, I do have my fan on. Yeah, I completely get that. It's like trying to perform any kind of audio test on my gaming computer. Okay, I know they're there. Nice. I mean, now we just need to kill, I believe, the other one. I have learned my lesson. Hold on. I have learned my lesson. We are storing these. Okay, so this is Magnus the Beast Claw. Yeah, trying to do an audio test, like, using my gaming computer is rough for similar reasons. And I have a fan on top of that for health, for physical health, because otherwise I would literally die in this office. Okay, so that's gonna be... Okay, so it's not broke, but I wonder what I would have to do in order to render those sounds. I wonder how I would have to render those sounds. I wonder if I would have to use if I would have to take them off voice mod and find a different program that is just a soundboard by itself that I could feed into OBS. These are streamer problems. The important part is that I know that these sounds are quiet and they need some adjustment. So I thank people for that. I thank everyone for saying something about it and helping me with the testing and answering questions, all that fun stuff. Okay, we're just gonna back up and well, this is gonna be a PvP-ish battle, so we're gonna lock the heck in and focus. Anytime that there is a screen in front of my webcam like this, it means I'm locked into whatever I'm doing, and I'm not much for conversation. So I'll tell people hi if they come in they're new, or you know, if there are a bunch of raiders that come in, then obviously I will greet them. Do my best to entertain, but otherwise, I am focused. I'm here to do the thing, and with that, let's go deal with Magnus, shall we? Okay, that is entirely... Yeah, so this would be more appropriate. So then if I, like, harangue and harass him... I will respond to that in 1 second. Yeah, how about that one, big guy? I wonder what those invaders coins are going to be used for. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I just checked my physical cash savings. Nice. Uh-oh. Okay, better. You have 180 pounds. That is 5 20-pound notes, 3 10-pound notes, and 2 25-pound notes. And then a money wallet for Christmas with 30 pounds and a money wallet with 10 pounds. And then I have 80 pounds for a Chinese meal on Friday. Nice. And then the wonderful 50-pound note, good sir. That math certainly does look like it checks out. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Oh, hi. Hi there, big guy. Good dog. Stay. Yes, thank you. Imagine just walking up to like a huge terrifying dog and like that size and you know, you're looking for ways to avoid Fido's teeth. Mr. Jason says indeed. The math does check out. Too true. So yeah, so the base power-ups are still there. Okay, I will have to figure out, I'll really have to fiddle around with the power-ups if I'm getting the ability to add more somehow. I have no idea how it all even works yet. Streaming is a constant test of skill. Nice. Yes, that's right. Bleed, you filth. Heck, nabbit. Yeah, if I had taken another hit, actually, I would be straight up legit dead. Okay, I think the Sanguine Noble is in here in the Writhe Blood Ruins, but in case it's not, let me go ahead and add a. I hear a writhing mass, like moving around, and I don't know where that is. Pretty sure that is the name of this place. Yes, Writhe Blood Ruins. Good, I remembered that. Mr. Jason says, even though we don't have much of a board in the TCC at the moment, good sir, I wasn't sure of the outcomes of what Saremu wanted to ask, and so it was right to point him in the board's general direction last night. Yeah, it's just, he was asking for, like, information, more or less. He was saying, hey, you know, I wanted to try X. What would I need to do to make that happen? I told him, you know, I told him, and I've told people about my Bayonetta 2 giveaway before, where with Bayonetta 2, essentially it was a raffle. I needed to raffle the item away. Like and specifically in the United States, there are rules that say, hey, you're not allowed to pull a Mr. Beast. You are not allowed to do a raffle, or you're not allowed to conduct a lottery, is really what that is. It's something that Mr. Beast, or Jimmy Donaldson, that is his legal name, that is associated with all his businesses, does a lot, where he'll sell a t-shirt, right? Or he'll sell tickets to something, and then he'll not only update the cost, but he'll make it so, like, what was normally a free thing to participate in, there's an incentive for people to buy, like, an extra entry. Like in the case of the shirts, it's the most common one on record, where, you know, people paid money for a shirt, and then people, like, people that bought more shirts had more of a chance to win than people who bought one shirt. And that wasn't the terms of the giveaway or raffle. The terms were buy a shirt, get an entry. So when you're not consistent and you're clearly doing it for money, then, you know, that's illegal. So if you're going to do a raffle here in the US, at the very least, you can't accidentally do a lottery. And you can't accidentally do an illegal lottery. The government will literally clap you in irons for that. Because if there's anything that Uncle Sam does not tolerate, and he tolerates a lot, it is people skimping on their taxes when they have the ability to pay them. Sorry, let me play the game and do that. Mr. Jason says, he wanted to try X. I suggested Y. But Mr. Jason went with X and Y, good sir. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y. Yeah. Too true. You did get X and Y. Yeah, just, you know, I know he's not in the US. I won't say where, for security reasons, but I know he and I do not share territory together, which means his rules are different than mine. So I, you know, my suggestion to him was, you know, just review the rules for the for how raffles work for Twitch, what you can and can't use to conduct a raffle, then do the same with your own homeland and make it and you know, generally speaking, if you follow the laws of your country and whichever law is more restrictive, you will probably be okay during a raffle. And for the purposes of some confidentiality on the ticket, I will not discuss the ticket resolution, because the resolution of the ticket is not it's not done yet. I guess is what I'll say. It's not done yet, one, and two, there is revealing information in the middle of the ticket, so yeah, for security reasons I can't discuss that further. But I can generally talk about like the mechanics of what was discussed. So if people are wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for the second ruin sigil, because I know there are at least 2 of them here. Mr. Jason says, plus I'm well aware that you like to keep people at length, good sir. Even me, good sir. The entire ocean, in fact. I don't necessarily like keeping people at arm's length. I like being professional, and that does require some amount of clinical detachment, and professionalism itself requires detachment from people or things, but I don't necessarily like keeping people at arm's length. I'm a very sociable guy, at least I like to think so. Or in Splatoon, professional even. Party har har. Yeah, I just it's one of those values that I took to heart when I was in college and high school. They drilled us on being professional, even if it was stiff and impersonal. There are reasons to be detached from people. There are reasons not to be too parasocial with another person, as I have warned you in particular, Mr. Jason, and I have warned other people as well. I always go out of my way to say, hey, you don't know what I'm like outside of this screen. Now, granted, I like to think I'm a very honest person. I don't really hide much, but I keep a lot of things close to my chest. People don't know every part of my living circumstance. And the bigger thing, even not like to generalize this outside of myself, right, is streamers and content creators, like they overemphasize some part of themselves in order to entertain. Not only do they do that, but some even ham it up or outright lie to you. So keeping things professional is important. More than anything else. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I know that you of all people went and discussed ticket details. And neither would anyone that is at the level to even see the tickets, because while it is unwritten, declaring the inside details of a TCC ticket is grounds for immediate dismissal. Oh, this guy's gonna jump up here. Need to be ready for that. Yeah, like I said, that's why I talked about the mechanics of the ticket. There were certainly There were certainly at least one or two things that were slipped when discussing the ticket, but they weren't. They were not personally revealing details. They were like mechanical observations of a ticket was filed, and this was the general query of the ticket. You can't discuss the tickets even in a general sense without slipping some of that into conversation. There's just no way. You would just not bring it up in the first place. Mr. Jason says confidentiality is a very important and protected factor for me. Yep. I try to do the same thing. Not perfect, but I do try. Mr. Jason says, speaking of Soremu, his next The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time stream is tomorrow. Oh, does he know where he's going, or is it going to be like, not, he's got to figure it out. He clearly doesn't know where he's going. This is, I believe, a Sanguine Noble. We're going to find out. Yeah, it sure is. And just in case. Oh no, that is a blood pool. I need to be very careful. Oh yeah, they are gone. Yep. So it would be here. And then, yeah. Let's go back to the stake. Mr. Jason says, it's Soremu. He runs like around like a headless chicken until he finds where he's going. But the most important thing is that he does eventually find where he needs to go, and then he wins. Nice. Run. I'm kind of worried. Yeah, there we go. Right there. Yeah, he's too fast for that. There we go. Got him. Mr. Jason says, thank you for the GG, good sir. Mr. Jason says, but the most important thing, I thought I was hearing dog footsteps, is that he does eventually find where he needs to go, and then he wins. Too true. Too true. Sir Jason says, Sir Moon DMs is also very pleased with you, good sir. I told him that you began as a client and went up 22 ranks to president, and he said, wow, that is amazing. He worked hard and reached it. Yep. I put, yeah, that really does kind of put the time into perspective, doesn't it? It's something I don't even think about that much because I'm a busy individual anyway, but I guess outside of that, you know, I'm more concerned about the health of the TCC than I am about other things. I don't even have time or the ability to think about putting my work in perspective like that much. There we go. Okay. I thought there was another one, but there is not. Okay. Mr. Jason says the TCC is fine. Good sir. I'm sure it is. But I would like it to do better than fine. You know what I'm saying? Fine is stagnant. And stagnant is fine. At least it's not going anywhere. But you know, if we can make it not stagnant, I would definitely prefer to do that. Mr. Jason says, unlike my previous projects, it is unable to die. I mean, if you don't mind my asking, good sir, because I'm willing to bet this is some deep Mr. Jason lore. What other projects? I know about AC Bay. Was that the only project being referenced when you say that? Just curious. And it really only died due to Nukazon. Well, right. That, you know, that's a better... Or, dang. I don't know if I'd necessarily say better, but it's... You know, it certainly found ways to perhaps improve where AC Bay maybe struggled to improve more than anything. Okay, I need to know if there is a rune piece nearby. I don't really spot one. Mr. Jason says, I also made a forum called Animal Crossing Town. But people got bored of it, whereas the TCC is something we can build as we go. Too true, good sir. It definitely has that factor going on. Like, it's modular. It can be, you know, the scope and size can be readjusted. All that type of stuff. That's kind of hard to understate or undersell too. Is that the TCC scope can always be cut back, painful as that is. If it needs to be. The same is true with most Discord servers. You can always trim fat. You can even reduce the bones down if you keep the overall structure of it intact. Nice. If people are wondering what the heck I'm ambling around for, it's rune pieces. I'll eventually get a feel for where all of them are, or where enough of them are. There are over 1,200 of these things. It's really quite difficult to find them all, or even find most of them. Granted, I'm not really necessarily looking to find them all, but you know, farming rune pieces that are easy to find is going to be a lot better than trying to farm ones or find ones that are purposely made difficult to get. You know, the the ones in the in Aeonia, Scarlet Aeonia, are a good example of them being difficult to find and thus skippable. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir, the TCC is definitely unique, even among Discord servers, but for we do not need anyone to post anything ever. Yeah. What hit me? Who cast a spell? I don't know. There's just there was a random like glintstone pebble in my general direction, and I don't know where that came from. That's weird. Mr. Jason says, even staff, if we barely ever post an announcement, that's perfectly normal by TCC standards. Yeah, that does make some sense. The same could be true of like fledgling Discord servers as well. I eventually do want mine to be less fledgling, and so I know I need to post on it. Heck, I even made my first game. Let me see if I can't find it. Not the game, but like the first tutorialized game. 1 second. Let me also blur that. Yep, look, see, I like that's something I could post in there. I followed a tutorial and made a pretty, you know, I completed the tutorial. It's not great, and it's, you know, it's not even using my own work or anything like that. It was stuff that was on a CC0 license that came with the tutorial, but at least that's a good start. Like, I should be posting more often in my own Discord, you know, just kind of like truncate that and relate it a little bit more to what we're talking about. I do need to post in there more. It's just hard. I'm a kind of private, reserved person. I don't really like making posts that much. I don't mind making announcement posts, or you know, cut-ins on content, but actually talking about you know, things just arbitrarily at random, I don't really like to do that. Even when I'm talking amongst like friends or like people I regularly talk to on Discord servers, I don't really do that. It's always contextually dependent on whether I bring something out of my personal life, you know, into the server. And even then, I try not to do that. I don't know how I blocked that, but I'll take it. Oh, you're not getting away from that spot of rain. You might as well forget that. So we're getting to be right on the border of where Mount Gelmir is. We're not quite there yet. We need to deal with Elemer of the Briar. We need to get that whole area down pat, but at the same time, oh, you were just so not making it. You're not making it, good sirs. You should stop. And I know there's another one. Oh, you cheeky little bugger. You didn't think that would be clever if it weren't annoying. Let me make sure the scroll is working. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly just I'm just a private person and I don't like posting all that much. It's part of why, you know, establishing or using social media regularly has been a problem for me too. I talk about how important it is to use if you're going to like sell a product or engage in promoting a service or spreading information, but because it has been used to peddle so much mis, and malinformation, and it has been used to sow hate, division, chaos, factional infighting among various groups of people, it is really hard to justify contributing to social media ecosystems that are driven by sowing divisions among people that once trusted each other. The US used to be a high trust society, and social media has turned it into a relatively low trust society. And if we were already on our way there, then social media certainly accelerates the process of rendering high trust societies into low trust societies. You can control masses and prevent you know, uprisings by, you know, just keeping the populace too busy fighting. And then when you can't do what you're doing anymore, you ideally have some kind of nest egg so that you could, well, I don't know. Okay, so I should definitely nice. I should definitely not put rain of fire on a soldier if I can help it while I'm here. Any other people getting bright ideas? I didn't think so. Mr. Jason says, I miss the good sir, Mr. Angie Philosopher. Yeah, I'm sure they're doing fine. I hope that the good sir is doing okay and will join us again one day. I'm sure he will. You know, I just have to actually post on the Reforged Discord. I can't be having a mental health crisis that takes me out for 2 months or for a month and such. Like, I can't be doing that. People do, in fact, you know, bugger off and go mind their own business again if stuff like that happens. It's why streamers and content creators tend to be really quite reticent to take breaks, especially if they've been doing it a long time, because algorithmically the website does not care if you take a break. You have to streamers and content creators always have to be practicing their ABC, and that is to say, always be making content, always release content, always be pushing content out. And when you can't push live content, then you remix, remaster, and reuse old content. Covert Go Blue is an example of a content creator who, when he's out traveling, guess what? He serves up and edits a remix and a remaster of old videos. He's been doing this a lot lately, of old videos that he recorded with like new audio balancing or other features. And it works. It keeps him in the algorithm making money, which is exactly what you want to be doing on YouTube. Okay. There's at least 1 or 2 other things we probably need to do while we're here. Mr. Jason says, also, good sir, it is very unlike Mr. Jason to remember many people because I encounter far too many of them with all of the wonderful people I mod for. But I remember the good sir, Mr. Angie Philosopher. Too true. Too true. If they're an active chatter, you'll probably come to remember them. That is usually a rule I try to like follow. If someone is like bothering to actively participate in chat, I will try to remember them more, because it's awkward to forget their name. You'd be like, I'm sorry, I have to look at your name on the screen again. What did you say? Yeah, no one wants to do that. I don't think so. I don't think so.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That was our 5-minute warning for the commercial breaks. We do take one at the top of each and every hour. It is to combat pre-roll, among other things. I wouldn't do it if I didn't have to. If I'm being completely, utterly, totally honest, I wouldn't. But Twitch has me do it. Otherwise, you know, I don't get my slice of the pie, and they make the experience very awful, so I do it. In about 3.5 minutes from now, we will be there. You know, there will be a timer to the left of where my webcam is, and it will state the time that the ad break lasts for, as well as how many minutes of ads are served up to you. I serve up 3 minutes because that gives me time to actually get up, stretch, and do the business I need to do. My apologies for that. I just can't function on a break that's shorter than that. That said, I highly encourage everyone to take a break, to get up and stretch. I do the same thing. It'll make your break pass by faster, and most importantly, you know, you don't have to look at ads. That said, spend the time however you like. Once the timer ticks all the way down, and you know, by then the ads should have stopped, and I will have finished my stretch break and have returned to my seat, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Jason says, I'm the same IRL, good sir. I remember certain people, but sadly forget all too many. I'm just terrible with names. I usually forget. I don't forget a face I've seen. I mean, now if I go a long period without contacting someone's face or seeing someone's face again, yeah, sure, I'll forget. But if I interact with someone regularly, I might forget the name, but I will never forget their face. I know who they are. I'm pretty good at remembering the certain things they've told me, blah, blah, blah. I'm better in person than I am over the internet. Mr. Jason says, Coin's tip, in about 3.5 minutes. But Mr. Coin, that would be 14 minutes. I see. Yeah, in 3.5 minutes, you're right. That would be... Actually, no, you're right. That would be 14 minutes. It's 12 plus the 2 you get. 2 total extra minutes you get from the 4 halves. Yeah, you're right. I mean, hey, at least the math skills are on point. To say nothing else. I am double checking that there is not a rune piece up here on the very terrible mountain. Nice. There we go. So now we just basically kind of follow the cliffside down, and this church should be a landmark. Mr. Jason says, I don't do it often, but I do occasionally take what you said out of context. So that's where the funnies are. That is exactly where the funnies are. Now, of course, it's not always like that. Sometimes especially in today's era, a lot more stuff is taken out of context on purpose maliciously. People used to just do that for funnies. People sometimes still do it for funnies, but most of the time these days people do it to be salacious because it generates clicks and views, and because getting attention and seeking clout is actually the thing that matters in terms of like making money in an online economy. And it stinks. I wish people made more money being authentic than they did by being fake, but we can pick up on that conversation when I come back. See you guys then. My goodness, I am so sorry about that, everybody. Nature was not kind to me, and I meant that. I basically, even just the description of what I did to get to the office to type those messages is like TMI. So, people are gonna have to take me at my word that I painstakingly typed at like 12:04 that nature was not going to be kind to me. Let's check the messages and make sure I've not missed anything in 7 whole minutes. Okay, we're good here. Mr. Jason says, take your time, good sir. Thank you, and welcome back to you as well, Mr. Jason. I hope everyone had a decent extended commercial break. I was not. Oh, that experience was just bad. That experience was awful. Holy heck. I don't know where that came from, but oof. It was just bad. It was bad. Not much more to say than that. Mr. Jason says, when Soremu defeated Phantom Ganon in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf's voice echoed and said, "What a worthless creation that ghost was. I will banish it to the gap between dimensions." The YouTuber Zeltic said, this might infer that the Phantom is now stuck in the emptiness between them, trapped within the fabric of reality itself. Terrifying, but such is the price for failing Ganondorf. Well, once you defeat Ganondorf, I will banish him to the deepest, darkest depths of Troll Castle 6. That is the price for failing a troll level creator. Too true, but Ganondorf is not in a game where you could do that. I think this is, I want to say this is Eleonora. I wonder if I even have that right. I sure do. Let me just set up the stage here. Mr. Jason says, that is what I said to Soremu. Yeah, I figured you probably said that to him. You don't want to bump into these dogs while you're fighting. It's really bad. All right, let me add this to our splits here. All right, so this is another PvP fight. You know what that means. It's focus time. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, I know what you're saying, but alas, us troll creators have otherworldly powers that you are probably not even aware of. Of course. I could dump Ganondorf in the dungeons of my most horrific level if he fails me. I don't doubt that, good sir. But do you have the hacking acumen and coding proficiency to make that happen? Maybe if you find a fan game where you can put Ganondorf in, you could probably do something like that. I know Questmaster does certainly do some things, but I do not think Ganondorf is among the things you could do for Questmaster. Mr. Jason says troll creators do not need mere mortal abilities. Oh, sure. If you find a way to manifest him into being, I will be utterly impressed. I'll put it that way. All right. Let's go witness a man's dying moments. See everyone on the other side of all this.
Eleonora. It's seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please. Please, Eleonora. Yield to the cesspool no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword. Your flesh. Your fire.
And he died. We're probably going to be invaded in just a short second. Eleonora Violet Bloodyfinger. Bye-bye. So that's Eleonora Violet Bloodyfinger. I wanted to make sure we got to get the name right, my senators. We got to get the name right. People ask, what, a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet and have just as many thorns? Yes. And you'll know a rose by the smell of its petals and the kiss of its bladed edges. But only the name has the meaning. Only the name confers the description of the thing. A different name means a different description, a different evocation of mental image. If I called it if I referred to roses as blood flowers, different connotation, right? Mr. Jason says, our powers only existed within the video game universe, sadly. Of course. If I had my powers in real life, I would teleport myself to your location and gift you a wonderful velvetizer and a year's supply of wonderful hot and cold drinking chocolate, good sir. I appreciate that. I do. But, those powers do not exist. So we have to make do. And your company is good enough for me. Mr. Jason says, and a monocle? That is why I wear the glasses. Because I would need a binocle? I'm not, those are just glasses, Coin. I'm not sure what you were saying with that. Yeah, just incredible. I was about to say, is there a church here? The Second Church of America. I'm glad I checked this. I could easily have gone without seeing this. Okay, so I'm trying to remember. Oh, there's like a cave here. That's what this is. Also, we have a whole rise we got to do. There's several things we need to check out while we're here, because I gotta get a lay of the land. And this maybe also should have been done earlier, rather than later in Altus, like I thought. But eventually we'll be heading off to Mount Gelmir. Mount Mount Gelmir is a fun place. I think you guys will like it. If you guys like Mount Elden, you will probably, or Death Mountain slash the, you know, Elden, the Elden Canyon, you'll probably like it. Well, welcome back, Grunge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. How have things been for you? You have not missed too terribly much. We spent some time dying en route to the Sanguine Noble, and then spent some more time dying to, well, we spent time dying in a couple of locations. But that's really about it. We've advanced splits rather slowly. Not much else to say. And conversationally, you haven't missed all that much either. I did give a report card reading of everything I wrote down yesterday. I'm still working on lots of things, including but not limited to the combined shill and the and like the Discord stuff both, because I know that was stuff we talked about yesterday. I read that on the report card. I also took a look at the noise, or like the lack of noise for certain sounds I was playing on stream. I updated bits of software, but I do not know if I fixed the issue with the lack of noise. It's just, from what Mr. Jason and I have done testing on, it just seems to be quiet. But that's me. You know, that's what we heard. Just kind of giving you the 411 on the things we discussed. That's all. Okay, and then we have all this stuff up here. I'm glad I looked. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, good sir, while you were on your extended break, I was looking on Reddit, and I found the most random out of left field announcement. So Atari and Digital Eclipse have just announced two games, Toy Story 3 Complete Edition and Toy Story Retro Roundup. The former brings the definitive version of the game by the Academy Award-winning film to modern platforms for the first time, including previously platform-exclusive content from Sony PlayStation 3. Toy Story, huh? Yeah. That's certainly going to get some new people to watch the film, to say nothing else. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, the latter is the definitive collection of classic games based on the film franchise, including Toy Story, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, and Toy Story Racer, along with a bonus game, A Bug's Life. Oh no, who remembers A Bug's Life? Show of hands or ones in the chat. I remember Bug's Life. I don't remember everything about it, but I do remember. Oh boy, that was a thing for sure. The poo-poo platter. Eat a poo-poo platter. That was my favorite line. And the caterpillar. The caterpillar was funny, hilarious. Grinch says you have a pending friend request from me on Discord. Thank you. I will, where is my phone? My phone is in my pocket. Let me handle that right now. I got caught up doing lots of stuff yesterday. I do apologize for that. Resolved. That should have been friend requests accepted just now. Like I said, I apologize for missing it yesterday. I've just been incredibly busy. Did I do anything cool yesterday? No. The only cool thing I did was, you know, and I guess cool is a matter of opinion, right? Is work on more Godot tutorial. Let me leave that on the screen for like a second longer. Yeah. And as far as anything on stream, I believe you may or may have not been there for when we defeated Windgrant. Yeah, I think that might have been like the only real cool thing yesterday was defeating Windgrant after 6 deaths. Other than that, though, the rest of the stream was basically kind of nondescript, just conversation. More than anything. I need to think about what I'm doing here. I don't need to fight these guys, so let's not do that. Yeah, don't need to do anything here, so let's... I'm just kind of checking this like entire like part of the plateau for rune pieces. This is more or less what I'm doing, is just searching for, you know, free easy ways to upgrade our power. To succinctly answer the question, I don't think I really did anything all that cool. I mostly did like, does eating steak and potatoes count? I highly doubt that, but that was probably the coolest part of my day, was having like a nicely done cut of skirt steak or chuck steak and some potatoes. Mr. Jason says, sorry, let me first pitch the question back to you, Grunge. Do you think you did anything cool yesterday? Just curious. We all have different definitions of what cool is, after all. Did I eat with anyone or on my own? I ate with family that night. And I told them about a lot of the stuff on stream and everything. I typically kind of like come out and eat with family whenever they don't plop themselves in front of the TV, that is. Mr. Jason says, puts hand up. I do. I'm glad you do, good sir. It's a corny but funny movie. Mr. Jason says, I appreciate it, Mr. Coin, yesterday. Yes, the glazing machine himself, for sure. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is considering pre-ordering 2 copies of those games, good sir. Although I have to be careful, good sir, for October is the same month that Mr. Jason has 3 pre-orders of the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Secrets of the Zonai Heroes Edition in October. Too true. Grunge says, yesterday was pretty much just coursework. Okay. I mean, hey, you know, even with horticulture, you know, the stuff you like doing, some of it can be like tedious. I can't imagine it's all fun and games or all things you enjoy doing. Some of it's got to be rote, tedious, and nondescript. So, but hopefully that was, since that was listed among the responses for what was done yesterday, well, I mean, at least nothing bad happened. At least the day was nondescript, right? Grunge goes on to say eating with family is something ancient. It's one of the primal joys, I'd say. That's cool. Yeah, I'd like to think so. I like it when I actually get a chance to talk with my folks. It's one of the few times during the day I get to do that. I don't get to do it all that often. I'm locked in my office, or I'm napping, or, you know, I'm doing like anything related to the internet. And now with Godot, like trying to do stuff with Godot, there's going to be even less time where I'm talking with family, and I like having that connection. But I don't like competing for the TV. So whenever my folks are watching TV, I just take my food back to my office or my bedroom and I lie down while I eat while I'm, you know, on my side or my back or something. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is very fortunate, Mr. Coin. For I have basically got a casually, I got a casual 3 100-pound book or 3 100-pound book pre-orders. And the Nintendo Switch 2 costs the same as 4 of the book. Yeah, that's money for sure. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, I was talking to Saremu about The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom a little while ago and sent him a screenshot of the game to emphasize my point. To him, I said, this is a spoiler-free screenshot. But the reason why I'm pushing The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past and then The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom is you will learn the origin of all evil in the series, even though the actual origin of all evil is still ultimately the troll level creators. Yeah, I totally get that. You'd really want to play Zelda 1 if you wanted to learn more about the real evil, but if you want like a lore drop, and just like a lore you could skip, yeah, Link to the Past will give you at least some dialogue for why Ganon is in the world doing what he is doing, to say the least. Growing up, referring back to Grunge's last statement about the primal joy of eating with family. When I was a kid and a teenager, my mom, my sibling, and myself, we would often sit in front of a television and not chit chat too much, or we'd talk about what we were watching, which is fine. I learned a lot of old Disney films through them. Be absolutely careful. These crabs can hit rather repellently hard if you aren't paying attention. And my dad was still active military at the time, and my family was divorced, so you know, my sibling and I spent time with my mom because he was doing he was doing like active duty military stuff during that time, and as a result of that, we just didn't discuss that much at dinner time, and I hated it. And when we did talk, there was fighting because my sibling and I didn't have a particularly good relationship back then. We were physically violent with each other. Our relationship is thankfully in a much better place now than it was 20-ish years ago. I do mean physically violent, by the way. We didn't much care about gender. You know, we didn't like each other back then, or we constantly got into kerfuffles over the stupidest things. All right, I was about to say, yeah, don't. There you go. I got to be careful because there's a crab nearby. It was over the stupidest stuff. So I just learned that if I wanted actually halfway decent conversation, I learned that I needed to control the environment, and the way that I got what I wanted was by us sitting at the dinner table. There we go. Mr. Jason says, that's what Mr. Jason pushes, good sir. Things in games are evil, but their origin is the troll creators, the puppet masters. Too true, the puppeteers that are very good at reverse psychology, right? Truly the most insidious of villains. Grunge says, I'm an only child myself. Yep, understandable. I have family, I have some cousins that are like that, like they're only children. I am the older brother between me and my sibling. By about 3 years, give or take a month. So I was always the one that was better or more skilled at video games that had a competitive edge. And so I sometimes would pull my punch with my sibling, especially as I got older, you know, while they were still relatively young. I would pull my punch. It wasn't until they were like 14 and I was like 16 or 17 that I, you know, they figured out I was going easy on them and they got hella upset. They hated that. They absolutely hated that. Mr. Jason says, I have a sibling and we used to argue all the time and didn't really like each other. Oh, I would argue that, let's see, we broke bones. I told you, we were violent. We both had to learn that that was not something siblings did. You know, collectively, we had like family counseling. It was bad. I don't remember all the family counseling, but we had family counseling. We were dysfunctional. And you know, given what I know now about both my sibling and myself, you know, we're both basically, at least, you know, spectrals in and of ourselves, neurodivergent, as it were. And with two parents that at the time really wanted us to mask ourselves. There's the saying, this place might be a house, but it's not a home. I believe there's like a 3 Days Grace song, an early song, sung by Adam Gontier that talks about this place is not a home. Yeah, sometimes the environment was like that when we were growing up. Just, you know, replace the grungy, dingy environment with, you know, rooms with twin beds, or at some point separated rooms, but, you know, with video games and TVs present. Mr. Jason says, it took until we were in our 20s and 30s to get along. It shouldn't have to take that. And I do recognize that now. I recognized it when I was a man. When I started going to college, and, you know, ironically enough, when I started dealing with people who did and said way worse than my sibling and I could ever do with each other, and I learned to mellow out, then things got better. They got a lot better, but it definitely took at least that much time. And I don't want to think about what would happen if my sibling and I were like we were when we were young kids and teenagers. Our family would be shredded to bits more than it already is. And I truly, that thought mortifies me. Just uttering it out loud. Mr. Jason says, you see, for good sir, for personal reasons that I wouldn't even disclose to you, good sir. And I say that despite the fact that I'm very comfortable with you and Miss Carly, good sir. What used to really annoy me is that I cannot have alcohol due to the said personal reasons. Although I do enjoy the occasional Koppenberg mixed fruit cider, which is 4% alcohol. Yeah, I'm wimpy with alcohol too. I can't have much of it. I'll go right to sleep. And my sibling used to drink it, and I was always wondering, I don't mind if they have it, but why not replace it? Right, you know, if you're gonna have something replace it. It took me a long time to learn that. And even then, sometimes you just don't always have the money to do that. You're kind of hoping your sibling or your family will be nice enough to forgive and not hold on to that. I did not mean to do this. Every time. Maybe this is one of those I've got to have the catalyst in my left hand. There we go. That guy just has, you know, metric, like, loads of health. Mr. Jason says, damn you, talking flower. It just made me jump by saying, have you done your homework? Oh, no. That is some PTSD-inducing behavior right there. PTSD. That is sincere what face right there. Yeah, I bet that gave you a fright. You didn't happen to think you were in school again, did you? Mr. Jason says sometimes it says, don't forget to eat your veggies. It's like, and I'm like, I do. Yes, that is something my parents have always been grateful to me for. As my sibling was a picky eater, I've gotten a little bit pickier with time, but it is not because, you know, I dislike food. I'll bring up the tomatoes again. I like tomatoes. I love the taste of tomato. I love having tomatoes. I know they're nutritionally very good for you, but my body just is rebelling. And so I have to ask for things without the tomatoes now. I feel like I have failed in life because I have to, more than I already do, I should say. I feel like I have failed more because here I am being a picky eater, which is something I have lampooned and lambasted people for as a kid. And as a young adult, I'm like, we really don't have room to be picky, right? You never know when you're gonna run out of food, and you're taught as a child not to waste it. So being picky and making food consumption harder to deal with as a family is just not good. But you can't help being picky, right? It's very catch-22. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coinlegs, tomatoes, mash them, cut them, stick them in a salad. Mr. Jason likes tomatoes. Tomato. It's a fruit. It's a fruit, Dak Nabbit. It's a fruit. You know, yeah, I want to make my own spaghetti sauce someday. That's like just a random thought I had in my head. Sorry, but more than perhaps that. The big thing is that, you know, at the end of the day, it's all fruit. Every single thing we eat from a plant that isn't like a leaf or a stem or a root or something is a fruit. Green beans are fruit. Peanuts are fruit. There is no such thing as a vegetable, biologically speaking. It's all fruit. Now, we class things as vegetables because culinarily we want to be able to tell the difference between a supposed fruit and a vegetable, or like what is sweet and what is like nutty or like other stuff. It's a taste thing. Mr. Jason says, the internet never ceases to amaze me, good sir. I just glanced at a Reddit post saying that a German YouTuber has been arrested trying to break into Rockstar just for GTA 6 content. What? That can't be real. That's gotta be like AI derivative content or something. I expect that kind of thing here in the States because people have no chill here. That is not something I expect in Germany, considering there are supposedly far bigger issues. Grunge says vegetables mostly refer to below ground storage organs like swollen tap roots or bulbs. Okay. So like the proper use of a vegetable would be to label it, potatoes are culinarily correctly called a vegetable because they are a ground storage organ. So Jason says, I'm sorry, I missed one. Grunge says, you were right that if it comes from a flower, it's a fruit. Hey, it's the part of biology that sticks with me. You learn that if insects or the wind have to pollinate something, it probably produces a fruit that we eat more than anything. But we don't only eat things that come from flowers. So I felt like I had to make that important distinction. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, good sir, did you know that bananas are an herb? I'm pretty sure they're actually a berry, but that's me. Mr. Jason says, that is what Hotel Chocolat's banana cold drinking chocolate box says. Well, they have it wrong. Sorry, it's wrong. Bananas are berries. They have seeds in the middle. Like if people have ever cut open a real banana, not one from like Chiquita or something else, but you actually find like an out in the wild, honest to goodness field banana, it has seeds in the middle. The reason when we often don't think of bananas, when we think of seeded fruit, and the seeds are still technically there, but they've changed shape, is that we have this whole process where we hybridize and breed our like agricultural products. One of the things we do is genetically modify our fruits and vegetables and other stuff. And in that genetic modification, the thing we actually were very annoyed with bananas was the seeds. So we genetically engineered the crap out of that to remove the seeds. Yeah, so DNA, like nucleotic DNA in a regular banana is diploid. It's got two copies of all the genetic stuff, as to be expected. Not only have they been genetically bred out of the seeds, like the bananas we normally buy from a store, also nice. Have more copies of its DNA. Most bananas you buy from a store these days have octoploid DNA, meaning they carry 8 copies of the DNA in every cell, which results in the banana being generally sweeter, larger. It produces more sugars, more starch, all that stuff. Sorry, I could go on a whole bend about food science. Because if you're going to eat something, I think you should know what they do to your food. Uh-oh. I will reply to those comments in just a second. We have pain and suffering here. There we go. Okay. Now I probably have a second. Grunt. I hear noise. I hear combat noises. What am I in combat with? I don't know. Grunge says all the tomatoes and apples you buy are genetic clones. Yup. That it explains their size, among other things. Mr. Jason says the box text says, and I quote, they're actually a type of herb, the largest in the world. Their trunks are made of tightly packed fibers, not wood. And their large palm-like leaves are ideal for wrapping cacao beans to encourage fermentation and enhance their natural flavor. Well, yeah, plants can be herbaceous. They're not an herb, but they're not like they're not truly a tree. Grunge says banana plants are not a tree because they are monocots and don't undergo secondary thickening. Yeah, exactly. So they're just a large herbaceous perennial. Yeah, we call them a tree because of the shape. It has nothing to do with, their life cycle. Otherwise, yes, you're correct. They would be considered herbs. But the banana...
The distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Like I was saying in the report card, I'm currently having to double check the audio codec of the new shield that I'm making before, I finish letting it render and everything. But it is a work in progress, because I've made new stuff before only for the codec to be not correct, and so it doesn't play. So I want to make sure I'm taking my time with that. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour in about 3.5 minutes from now. There will be a timer that appears to the left of my webcam here, and it'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the ad break is and how many ads are served up to you. I wish I didn't have to serve up that many, but it's the only way to field everyone's the needs of Twitch versus everyone's relative discomfort and my own ability to get up and move around during that time. These are scripted, so I highly encourage everyone to get up and stretch or take a break for themselves. I try to encourage us to take a break together. That way we all are present for the same amount of content at the same time, among other things. But spend the time however you want. I'm the arbiter of no one's time or autonomy. Once those 3 minutes are up, the ads should have stopped. I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. It's pretty easy stuff. Yeah. Even though banana plants are they're an herb, quote unquote, the berries are still fruit. The bananas are still a berry, to my knowledge. Botany, horticulture, and biology are really cool. It's a really cool science because nothing is ever really quite set in stone. Yes, there are all kinds of rules for how you should class things, or You have like dichotomous keys. There are rules for how you're supposed to describe things, but life just doesn't do. Life is full of exceptions. And biology, the real meat and potatoes of any biological science is always studying and figuring out why there are exceptions to the rule, why those exceptions behave the way that they do, and most importantly, if the exception to the rule can make you money, you find a way to exploit what Mother Nature has provided for your own gain. Just say, for the capitalistically minded among us, that is. Grunge Monkey says, Grunge says, same with palm trees, which aren't actually trees. Yeah, you kind of have to look at the classifications, which is not really something most people are going to really spend their time with. I might care because, I'm a crestfallen STEM major and I'm holding on to facets of my old life. It is more or less dead to me. I wish it wasn't. But, I care for like tons of little intrinsic reasons. But most people definitely are not. And it's sad because I think people should care a lot more about what's in their food. They should care more about the properties of their own world, because this is the world we all inhabit, and we only have one of those. We don't get another. So I think it would behoove everyone if they did that. That said, we will definitely pick up on this after the commercial break. See you guys then. So sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's check in with everybody. I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break. You know, not the ads themselves, of course, but definitely other stuff at least. Thank you, Mr. Jason. And after taking a precursory look, we are good to keep moving. Grunge says, I've gone through all the fields at this point. I was in the fine arts and then the humanities, and on this course I'm learning a science and a trade, which is awesome. I think more people should be in STEM. I think more people need to be in STEM. There's always room in STEM for everyone. We do need our artists. We do need our histories and the humanities. We do need all of that stuff. We need people to continuously work on culture. Culture never stops moving. It shouldn't. And if it does, then the death of a civilization is close. But I think too many people underwrite the sciences because they're hard, or because they require rigorous study. And humans are only but so inclined to study that stuff. It is inherently less emotional than like the arts and the humanities are. People are naturally emotional creatures, and science is not one of those things. There are emotional applications, and of course that's to say nothing of the amalgam that is, you know, psychology, which is all about that stuff. But psychology still is a hard science in the sense that we're studying to understand why. Also, maybe another way I could say it is that in order for people to care about the sciences more, I have come to find that you gotta make it interdisciplinary somehow. You need to sell people on the practical application. It's not good enough generally for most people to be interested in theory, in the abstract. Most people want to see some practical application thereof. Grunge goes on to say, well, the thing is with gardening is it combines a lot of fields. Yup, it sure does. I can use my art background. I need to know my science. You can easily get into philosophy about it. Yeah, gardening, horticulture, agriculture is a huge multidisciplinary field that might get overlooked because the multidisciplinary aspects of it might get overlooked because few people want to look that deep. I know from sitting in many lecture sessions when I was going through cellular and molecular biology, and a lot of people thought I wasn't serious because I wasn't as interested in the medical sciences portion of the course. Because again, when I was in college, that's what we were pushed towards. Because my college was in a medical district, so a lot of the molecular sciences were for the purposes of health. Even physics. There were some of the instructors had degrees in biophysics. When you study in a medical district, almost everything becomes about medicine or health. Everything kind of gets to be a review of A&P, of anatomy and physiology all the time. I was more interested in the other stuff. I did care about health and medicine because the people committing acts of bioterrorism directly affect our health. It does. And knowing how that stuff works biologically is important. I wasn't uninterested. I just also cared perhaps a little bit more about how someone would go about doing something like that, and perhaps developing the countermeasures. And it was less about saving lives. Not that I didn't care about that either. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, a few years ago, I messaged a friend that I had who worked at Nintendo UK as I misplaced my original Super Mario Maker 2 stylus, the HAC 40, and they sent me a letter to use upon from Nintendo Direct with 2 of those styluses. And then later I found my original one. Yeah, you were telling me that story a week ago, Mr. Jason. You mentioned that like a week ago. And I was like, well, you know, did they intend to send you a second one? And, you know, it's kind of funny that they sent you 2 of them, but because I don't think you were collecting 2s of anything yet. But I digress. I mean, now you have 3 of them, right? 3 HAC 40s? Kind of hard to oversell that. Mr. Jason says, and they are still sealed to this day, good sir. Too true. I don't know. I'm sorry. I need to make these conversations less about me. A little bit less about me. So for those that have gone through like college, or university or both, those can mean different things. What would you say the best part of that experience was? For me, I was one of the rare few that I did genuinely enjoy going and doing coursework. It felt like I had a purpose. That I was doing something that, although it wouldn't have been for the greater good at that time, I enjoyed learning what purpose I would have moving forward. Mr. Jason says, I would rather you make the conversations more about you, good sir. Mr. Jason is well versed in making it about me, especially since becoming a troll creator. Too true. Well, true in the sense of being a troll creator. It's kind of like the reverse psychology, not the, oh yeah, he's really good at making it about himself. I promise that was not the statement I was trying to make. Promise. Fingers crossed. Grunch says, I don't know what people even think of when they try to imagine learning philosophy, but it's more like how you describe science. Like you will sit there for 3 hours trying to split hairs between doing real and virtual distinctions and doing symbolic logic tables. Yeah, like to some people that's fun, and it is meaningful. Splitting the hairs is meaningful. When you get down to a lot of why things are the way they are today, splitting hairs is functionally useful. It might not help us find a solution necessarily. Like that part of splitting hairs on stuff like that could be a struggle for useful time, but like the whole field is about sitting and thinking about things. The whole field is pondering the ethics and morals of something and how we choose to live life as human beings. Splitting hairs is pretty freaking important. Mr. Jason actually has 4 HAC 40s, good sir. Yeah, 1 for personal use, right? Grunge goes on to say the image of like philosophy being about self-help and wondering if he really exists just doesn't really happen. I have a couple of friends who have philosophy as like a minor, and they like ask that stuff sometimes, but it's rare. It's really more ethical stuff. I think that's like the core basis of what philosophy is today, is like the debate of ethics. Or yeah, that too. Grunge goes on to say you will mostly be engaging in the most pedantic arguments with other scholars about the tiniest disagreements on another philosopher's work. Yep, and it's also very interdisciplinary stuff too. You got to know your history. You need to be aware of why philosophers might have been musing about something particular, as well as like having a good understanding of their writing style and what words they prefer to use for which things, and needing to know a bit of etymology too. It's fascinating stuff. Grunge says ethics is the easiest branch to learn. Yeah, because that's where I think people have the most common ground, or at least they're supposed to. Grunge goes on to say the issue with the field is what philosophy even is in the first place. It's not something anyone agrees on, which is probably the point. I mean, I believe philosophy was made as a counter to sophism, wasn't it? Like sophistry, the idea of deceiving to prove a point, or lying in order to accomplish something, like not really thinking, but instead moving or performing things with your emotions instead of thinking through them. If I remember what I learned right, which I probably did not. Mr. Jason says, at least I think I have 4 of them, Mr. Coin. Knowing me, I probably have considerably more. And then you go on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, good sir, this is the Super Mario Maker 2 stylus. Yes, Twitch, I'm okay opening an external link. Thank you. Nice stylus. I wouldn't use it, but the important thing is that, it's functional and it looks good. It does look like a nice stylus. Grunge says, yeah, so if you begin with Socrates, he was countering the sophists, who are more just rhetoricians, who argued for the sake of the game rather than trying to get to the truth. Yeah, I would say Socrates and like his whole spiel about sophists is probably the closest you're gonna get to real, like what the meaning of philosophy or what philosophy is at the heart of it, like what people will come to agree on when they're not splitting hairs, when they're like, yeah, this is the big picture, this is what philosophy tries to do, that sort of thing. These are the methods we use. Mr. Jason says the HAC 41 is also quite nice, good sir. As far as I'm aware, I also have 4 HAC 41s. Nice. I like this one better. What can I say? I prefer function over form, and I like my forms minimal. Yeah, this is a good stylus. I like it. Not that I really have the money for such things, but I could say it looks nice anyway. Well, folks, we know what time it is. I don't remember if this particular fight has ads or not. I don't think it does. In which case I could probably remove the focus overlay, but if not, c'est la vie. Mr. Jason says the HAC 41, good sir, was not made available in the USA from what Mr. Jason recalls, which is a huge stinker, even considering the literal tyranny we're engaging in. Yeah, that's a stinker. Make modern design great again. MMDGA. Don't think too hard about that. Anyway, it's fighting time. I'll see you guys on the other side of this, hopefully. Oh yeah, I forgot this guy casts fire spells. And leaves like fire patches on the ground. And the flame patch got me. Never mind. Mr. Jason says, MMCGA, make Mr. Coin great again. Oh, wait, he's already wonderful. Oh, my goodness. I just realized this is slightly oversized, which means the camera is actually probably slightly undersized. Ick. Right, I remember I had to, like, readjust that. Are you serious, video game? Give me a stake of America. Why is this not a thing that Reforged has even standardized yet? Come on. Sorry, this kind of thing kind of grates me a little bit. I hate it when bosses don't have stakes of America nearby. All right, let's see if we can't like get through this quickly then. It's got to be like right over here. Yeah, I think I see like the faint. Never mind. Absolutely not. Mr. Jason says, in Pokemon Go, I've found and caught the wonderful Alolan Raichu. I've not seen Alolan Raichu since 2020. I know. We were discussing that like the other day. Okay, it's over there. Quick! Nice! So Kurnifer's like, you can't cheat and escape through the fog gate. See, these are the sorts of changes I don't like, where it's like, it's very clear there's like a niche, there was some niche case of cheese, but rather than leaving well enough alone, Kurnifer was like, what if we could get rid of that? And force people to deal with like, quickly move in. Oh my goodness. Nice. I think the demi-humans are starting to run their course. What are you guys doing? All right, don't summon demi-humans is what I have learned there. Also, this should definitely be 2 deaths. Mr. Jason says, with Mr. Jason, I am rather crazy with my pre-orders and the amount that I pre-order of products. But when Nintendo announced their cardboard series called the Nintendo Labo, I did not pre-order and drew the line at cardboard. Yeah, you drew the line at cardboard. Yeah. But, yeah, I kind of felt that way back when I could buy things. You know, then I was like, why? What's the purpose of this? Clearly it's for like children that are about 10 and would be learning would be learning quite a bit about like how to put things together or how to build. But even then, I have to remember that that doesn't really work. I have to deal with them. Nice, I'm dead. Yeah, so actually there's little point to running by these guys unless I can run by them with plenty of time to spare. I might as well just pull them out and kill, is what I'm learning. I lost a bunch of runes for nothing. Thankfully, we have them stored hard elsewhere. Mr. Jason says, I bought their £89 99 pence alarm clock. I bought their talking flower, but cardboard? No thanks. Yeah, I could do without the cardboard. And really, you know, it's not... Gamers are not really what the Nintendo Labo is marketed for. The Nintendo Labo is marketed at parents that want to teach their kids something. Yeah, step right into my office. Bye-bye. I can't believe I have to kill them each and every time. That's gonna be really super annoying. All right. What do I do here then? Maybe this is where we should think about upgrading Ancient Dragon Knight Kristoff. Might want to consider doing that, but for now, let's summon Lutel and get ready. Way too early. Move. Nice. Gotta be careful. Yeah, that's patch is burning on the ground for a long period of time. Incredible. I'm dying to a stone digger troll, everybody. Love that. I guess I could say I really dug my own grave with this one, huh?
Sure, Jan.
Let's go upgrade Kristoff and see if he makes a difference here. You know, we have to kind of experiment with this stuff anyway. Look, this is what the routing is, everybody. It's all experimental, all of it. If people want it not experimental, you know, I imagine more people would be on, you know, the backlog Fridays, and then that would prompt a whole series set of questions about, you know, what should I even be doing, right? We can go ahead and take that away. Let us upgrade Kristoff. I do remember using Kristoff at a certain point during my last attempt at this, before Elden Ring had a DLC. Also, while I'm here, I hate doing this. Truly do, but I do have piping hot coffee that has probably cooled down a little bit too much by now. And I would like to go retrieve that coffee. So I'm gonna park us right here, and I'm gonna actually air a short, I would say a 1:30 ad, just to kind of like give myself enough time to get the cup, make the cup, and come back, and we can kind of pick it up from there. There will be a timer in front of my webcam for this, don't worry. Or actually, I don't think I've even moved it. It'll be to the left of my webcam in smaller text, if I remember correctly. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, while it is really low priority, at some point I need to get the shell of my HAC 1, HAC 15, HAC 16, and my HAC 3 repaired. I'm sure you'll get the shell of those repaired at some point when it is convenient for you, good sir. But I will hopefully be back before too long. See everyone then. My apologies about that, everyone. I am back. Let's catch up on all of our wonderful chatters here. Okay. Mr. Jason says, in standard English, but yes, good sir. While it is really low priority at some point, I need to get the shell of my Nintendo Switch, Switch Joy-Con L, Switch Joy-Con R, and the Switch battery repaired, which again, I'm sure you'll be able to do in good time, good sir. Grunge asks, I was AFK if you were asking anything while I was gone. Trying to think of when that was. I believe the last statement you left off with was the whole Socrates and the sophists. And I think the only thing I said that was pertinent for that was, you know, that's ultimately the work that Socrates did in countering sophism is probably the largest portion of what people would consider philosophy to be today. That's what you could probably get most of the philosophers to agree to and say, yep, he's the father of this field and we wouldn't be here without him. I think that was the only thing I really said. I don't believe I asked anything directly. No. And if I did, I don't remember. Sorry, I probably have undiagnosed ADD, and so sometimes I forget things I said 5 minutes ago. My apologies in advance. First, I know we got a lost ash. Let's try to go fishing again. Smoldering. Skills deal bonus oh no, why? That's for burning targets. Grunge says, I think you did ask something about academic experiences earlier before that. Oh yes, I had asked, you know, what was everyone's favorite part about the college experience if they went through college or university. Because if people hadn't gone to college or university, they would have no basis for the question. They wouldn't know how to answer it. But for those that have, what did you guys like about it? About the experience? And that huge diatribe is kind of how we got was kind of how we got to the rest of the conversation about philosophy and stuff. Grunge says, my favorite part was leaving. I'm very autodidactic. So your memory is very strong, is what I'm understanding. I guess we're selling this then. I can't use it. Yuck. Believe we have the Bolt Drake +1, so yeah, we can get rid of that. Right, I didn't just sell a Halig Drake talisman accidentally. No, good, okay. Yeah, my dad's kind of an autodidact too. I wish I was, but being the well, you know what, actually I shouldn't say that, because there are spectrals out there who are autodidactic, as I believe you have already said yourself. I am not an autodidact. I do have to study. There are some things that I have an affinity for, but even then I still kind of have to study more than anything. Grunge says I just read a lot in my spare time and that's how I soak in information. I should do that more often. My memory used to kind of be like that when I was a kid. I could just kind of remember things. It was because of all the reading I had to do in my classes and stuff. So maybe my mind was more open to information than it is today. And a lot of it is just due to the lack of preference for reading. I should try to read more. Reading's good for you. Opens your imagination, opens your mind. At least that is what I have heard anyway, based on all the studies that have been done and all the commentators who have talked about this subject a lot. Grunge says the best thing I learned in university was just writing skills. Honestly, yeah, that's probably the biggest thing, is just being critical of what I read, reading for information and being very good at it. Let me strengthen an arm. I thought I did get a somber 6. I only got one of them. Oof. Okay. Better than nothing though. Let's turn these into... Actually, it could probably level is what it is. Yeah, I think I have enough hard runes to level.
Greetings, you here for...
The best thing I learned as a STEM major was how to write. The best thing I have learned, I believe, is the writing skills. Because I was put under some really harsh graders for lab reports, among other things. That I was not allowed to get away with anything on the report. Even when English was not the instructor's forte, I was still not allowed to get away with anything. Mr. Jason says, I can give you some training on reading, Mr. Coin. I'm not illiterate. Mr. Jason's wonderful novels in the chat. I appreciate it, but I am not illiterate. I am just... I just prefer audiobooks. How do I not have a second ghost glovewort? I guess I've just gone too long without, like, plucking one. Thankfully, we can buy one. Grunge says it helped my writing formally, and so when I started writing long-form movie reviews on Letterboxd, I got a decent bit of traction, and since I could integrate my studies into it and add philosophy and theology and other stuff. Makes sense. I'm going to purchase... I believe I can do a +3 on this. I bought the 3 just in case, because I know I have enough for leveling. Yeah, my writing, my formal writing has actually been quite useful for the tabletop campaigns that I used to run, as well as the tabletop campaigns that I participate in now. My writing is usually pretty clear and succinct. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, remember when I said I'll need to head off suddenly? At some point, that time is now. BRB, good sir. No worries, take your time, Mr. Jason. I will continue to be here, workshopping and augmenting our power to hopefully not get walled off by any one particular boss. Okay, yep, so we have up to 5. And among everything here, yeah, we just used our 5 on Kristoff, but if I'm being completely honest, Kristoff is really freaking good. Grunge says, I thought about trying to write fiction from time to time. Yeah, it's a thought I've certainly had myself. I've tried my hand at it. My left hand cramps up pretty badly when I attempt to do it, so I'm very sparing with it, but I have done some, mostly like world building, like stuff, or setting the background, so I'm not thinking about that while I'm trying to write. But fiction's in an interesting spot, because of book talk. Everyone, the hottest craze in literature right now is about saucy novels. And when I say saucy, I mean it. I freaking mean it. It's the type of stuff people have huge Twitter discourse about. I'm talking about spicy literature. The interesting kind. Grunge says criticism is honestly the easiest thing to do for writing. Yeah. I could agree with that. Mainly because as long as you've done your homework, and I guess you don't even need that for criticism, right? Yeah, you don't even really need that. Like, anyone can have an opinion, but if you want your criticism to be received well and not just go like, oh, here's another random bungus on the internet saying their opinion, saying what they think, the whole 9 yards. If you write well, your criticism can be kind of an art in itself, I think. Like, people are very likely to take it seriously because you look or sound put together when you issue the criticism. I don't think so, Sir Knight. You can get out of here with that one. Grunge says, you get some people who do turn criticism into a kind of art form on its own, but that's super rare. Yeah, at the end of the day, well-worded criticism is still criticism, and that is to say it's still an opinion. And in the rare cases where it isn't, you know, usually the criticisms are disparaging, and so they become attacks and not criticism. I know that is the mark of a poorly written criticism, but it's kind of the downfall of English. The downfall of English is different operational definitions for everyone, such that no one agrees on what the common usage of a word is anymore. Or the common usage of a word has been so diluted that it has lost its meaning. Nazi is a pretty good example. We all know what Nazi means, but some people use Nazi or incel as like a generic insult. And when they do that enough times, the word kind of loses its punch. Or people are like, that's not what Nazi means. This is what Nazi means, blah, blah, blah. You know, insert discourse over word etymology and whether it should matter or not here. Grunge says a lot of people on Letterboxd act like they are brilliant artists like that with their reviews, and it's like, come on, man. The people who think highly of themselves, but yet forget their station in life, as I am wont to do sometimes. My sin is pride. I know what my mental weakness is. I have pride, and I have a lot of it. It's something I work on every damn day, or I try to at least. Well, it is boss time, and I'm hoping that Christoph, Ancient Dragon Knight Christoph, will be a marked improvement over whatever the hell I've been doing. See everyone on the other side of this boss battle. You know, after we've re-hardened some runes here. All right, Christoph, show me you mean business. Oh yeah, he stands up a lot better to punishment. Hi. Yeah, Christoph certainly had trouble, but he did actually withstand punishment pretty good there. I like it. Okay, now we can put that awful nightmare behind us. I thought I was gonna die a 5th time, if I'm being quite honest. All right, let's see. I guess let's go back to the Erd tree gazing hill and kind of go from there. Are we coffee or tea drinkers here, out of curiosity? I know Mr. Jason's a tea drinker. You know, he's an Englishman. He likes his tea. As the son of a great Scotsman, I also like my fair share of tea. Orange Ceylon is like a personal favorite. I've also had some holly kombucha. That stuff's also kind of good, but that's neither tea nor coffee. I'm sort of curious where the rest of my audience sits on that. Are we cacao drinkers, or are we tea drinkers? Grunge says, I don't drink hot drinks. It's a sensory thing. Okay. How about cold versions? Like iced tea or iced coffee? Slash like other cold preparations of coffee. Because I am a huge frappe enjoying individual. Grunch says I like some iced tea and coffee. Sure, fair enough. Really sugary though? Yeah, I try not to drink too much. Like 1 cup of coffee, hot, of course, it's about all I have. Same with the frappe. I have like a Venti's worth, and then I don't have any more than that. Too much puts me to sleep. Alcohol and caffeine do the same thing to me. They make me sleep. I know. I used to kind of be an avid drinker of Red's Wicked Apple Ale, which was like it's like what, the 5% alcohol by volume stuff in a can. It's not super expensive. Right. I have to remember that we have a troll we got to deal with here. I did not mean to do that, but it's fine. We can use this. Why? Okay, why, game? Maybe I need to invert the too early once again. There. Easy blood boon right there. But yeah, too much alcohol and caffeine put me to sleep.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Okay, I was waiting to see where the shill was again. We do take commercial breaks around here. I really want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far today. You guys have been awesome, as always. We do in about 4 or 3.5 minutes, approximately. There will be a timer that appears just to the left of my webcam there. That will read for 3 minutes when it shows up. That's not only how long the ad break is, but how many minutes of ads will be served up to you. I wish I didn't have to do this, but it's kind of a cruddy experience on Twitch if I don't. So, you know, I might as well script these so that we can all take a break together. I try to do that for everyone's benefit, so no one, no matter whether you pay or not, misses out on any quality content. Sorry. Pun notwithstanding. You know, I highly encourage everyone to take a stretch break during the ad breaks. It'll make the time pass a lot faster. I do the same thing. I typically step away from the keyboard and do just that. But I am the arbiter of no one's time. Spend it however you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned from my stretch break. The ads should have stopped by then, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Truly. Is that a rune piece over there? It looked like one. It is one. Nice. I hope we find a few more of these. We don't really have any more binding runes we need to purchase right now until we defeat Rykard. Oh, you guys are gonna love Rykard. If you guys wanted a huge spectacle fight, yeah, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. It's amazing. It's absolutely incredible. I have some clips from when I dealt with him the first time. He was real fun. He was fun. I liked fighting him. But we do have to get there first. And in the meantime, we're gonna be picking up cool codex entries among other things. Okay, get out of the death blight. Like stuff. I think I have a slight preference for coffee. I've spent more time ingesting and drinking it, and especially in the frappe version. You know, I'm a fat blob, so what else is new? That's not really a shock or a surprise to anyone, but if I'm gonna have coffee, I'm gonna enjoy it. I don't want to drink bitter bean juice. Sorry, blech, gross. So, and tea is not that much better. Kind of bitter, if I'm being honest. You gotta put milk and sugar in that stuff. Oh, and I rolled in the poison. Of course I would. Nice. That's not gonna get rid of the get rid of the grimy poison filth off my body, but should be okay otherwise. I'm gonna wait right here and not risk aggroing other things. I do hope people have enjoyed the gameplay today, and or commentary. We're both drivers of the ship as far as the conversation is concerned, but we'll pick back up on that conversation after the commercial break. See you then. I am back. So sorry about that. Hopefully we all enjoyed our commercial break. You know, found something we really wanted to do during that time. You know, maybe even got a chance to listen to some of the ambient rain from the game's own ambient noises. Hope we all had a chance to enjoy that, if nothing else. I probably want soap on my hot bar, just in case, and we probably need to make some. Anyone ever make soap? I have not made soap or the lye, or like I haven't even made like an old process or bumped into an old process for making soap, but I mean, when I was in technical college, when I was working toward my certification and degree to be a technician, the lab that was at the technical college, we made, I believe we made rose oil for the express purpose of putting into soaps one time. We didn't end up making the soap. We ended up doing a light bit of alcohol brewing, not like drinkable, just to understand how the process of making alcohol and how fermentation works more than anything. But that was cool. I remember those days. Those days were simple. Those days were simple and straightforward. I was a happier man during those times. Sorry, let me not get reticent on everyone. I have a really bad tendency to do that. Yeah, I have a tendency to get really reticent and withdrawn and, you know, introspective, even when it's not useful for me to do so. I try to exercise good mindfulness, but it is not the easiest thing in the world. At least for me. And if I do something like that, yeah, there we go. Got him. Get that blood flame right on out of there. We are using a catalyst that wants us to actively be using blood flame spells, so there is that. Grunge says people tend to identify with their thoughts. Yeah, that's true. That is certainly true. You know, we all think who we are. And typically I think the saying goes, when we're alone is when we reveal who we really are. Perhaps more than at any other time, something like that. Grunge says, I think of it more as they pass in and out from outside. People identifying with their thoughts, yeah. I could certainly see that. I could at least see that like perspective anyway. I don't know. I don't usually have discussions of that ilk with too many people. In my personal life, I'm about the only one who thinks. Sorry, let me be not individualistic here. I was about to say thinks the way that I do, but I mean, I am the only one in my personal life that I know of that tends to spend entirely too much time, you know, dwelling with their inner thoughts. Most of everyone else, you know, works and actually has a halfway decent productive life, and so they don't they don't have the time to dwell like I do. Grunge says, or like if your mind is a house, they knock at your door and you want to be sure who you are letting in, or they might disturb your home. Yeah, that's exactly my own countenance, the way I think. I want to know who I'm dealing with. I don't just let anyone in. I want to make sure that they're going to be good guests and treat my inner thoughts with the respect and sanctity that they deserve. They don't have to like them. They just can't muck them up or mess with them. That's what I want to avoid. I've had people who've done that before. Just a general lack of respect for my sovereignty or agency, and I tend to be very guarded. It's one of many contributors to why I am a guarded individual. I am easy to talk to and hard to get to know. Though with content creation, I have found that I'm in a weird position with it, where you share things about yourself, you know, in an attempt for things to be true. I need to move. Like, you share things that are true about yourself because you're trying to be genuine, but at the same time, because the name of the game is embellish for the purpose of, I need to mind my backside really, really hard right now. The name of the game is to embellish, to entertain, and to lie. The things that you say that are true about yourself are just seen as a piece of entertainment. And so they're already right out of the gate, they're not deemed as real or authentic. It makes me cynical, is what that does. But that's the name of the game, right? Right? Okay. And then these I probably need to take out with a frenzied burst. Here, around this castle, you really got to just take your time. It's really easy to get ambushed, like by a hidden Miranda sprout, or you know, a random basilisk or something, and then the next thing you know, you're hit with death blight and you lose your runes. This place is insidious. Grunge says, oh, well, I mean more of the thoughts, like thoughts knocking at your mind's door. Oh, more of an internal thing. Okay, then I misunderstood. My bad. If they're good ones, you can let them in. If they're bad ones, you keep them out. People will tend to just have a thought float into their mind, though, and immediately let it use their bed and eat their food and start smashing their things and think, well, that's just a part of me. Yeah, I shouldn't say people don't consider it, but sometimes people are lazy and they forget the things they would normally consider to be, you know, bad house guests in terms of their own thoughts. And I certainly was much the same way when I was young. I don't want to cast stones in a glass house. I was definitely someone who, as a spectral, as an autistic person, I really, 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 really emphatically had to learn, and it took a lot of screwing it up. I had to learn really, really hard things about curating my own thoughts, partially because they were just never safe for me to express, you know, out in public, and privately when I did express them to like family or what have you. you know, I was met with the same skepticism, or sometimes I was gaslit. Are you sure you're really thinking of this and it's not actually secretly that you're thinking about? Or the constant second guessing of the things I'm saying. So as a result, I have learned to be I heard something and I don't know what I heard. There's like an NPC in this area. That's kind of who I'm keeping an ear out for, but I've had to, I like, the thing that really sticks with me, I guess, is just needing to curate my own mind. And part of streaming is sometimes not doing that. Okay. Grunge says people's thoughts lead to behavior. Yep. When people are running on bad thoughts and identifying with them, well, they are less open to letting other people appear to them. Like, they will cut them off, not pay them attention, think low of them. It's like, of course, what's going on in your mind will manifest in the real world through you. Yeah, there's something I read online where the statement goes, if you're pissed at someone, yeah, you're going to think, you are actively going to go out of your way to like hate that person. If you hate someone, it is really easy to just be pissed at every little thing they do under the sun. And even when they are trying to contain that, the outward displays of hate, the inward displays will still manifest themselves. Like, you can't escape your emotional expressions. But yeah, in a more general sense, you know, I find that to be true too. I did not mean to do that. Nice. I have to, like... Sorry, these guys are definitely guilty of dive bombs, and I do have to mine them. How did that miss or not kill? I'm gonna die due to my yeah, just use the non-generator coin. Thank you. Use the non-generator and deal with it. Wow, that should not have been difficult, but it was. That's embarrassing. That's not as embarrassing as dying 68 times to Noster the False Sky, but you know, who's counting? Okay, so there is definitely an NPC invader here. Let's see, where are they? Malay Moraes, or Mally Murray, Shaded Castle Castellan. There we go. If you're just gonna circle strafe, buddy, then I think things are gonna be just fine. And if you're not circle strafing, well, I got bad news for you. There we go. Got all that logged down. The Murray mask and robe. Does this have a set bonus? Out of curiosity. Restores HP when anything nearby suffers from rot. Oh, that is an interesting set bonus to be sure. Yeah, you know what? Whoever came up with that set bonus, if it was Kernifer, great. If not, you know, also great. They cooked with that. That's unique. Not HP restore. I've seen other things like negation or resistance when there are when things are suffering from statuses nearby, but never like HP drain. That's new. This thing probably doesn't bleed. I'm not even sure it's prone to madness. But I guess we're gonna find out. And yeah, these things have massive amounts of HP as you continue to go through the zones. They're really dangerous creatures. Really dangerous creatures, actually. Oh, did I ever reset that fortune? I'm not sure I did. Nice. I'm gonna die due to my own hubris. Let me not do that. Okay, I'm pretty sure these guys are not... oh, right. These guys are guardian golems. The only thing they could be affected by is scarlet rot. And not anything else. That's right. I remember. I remember now. Okay. Let's just get our rune pieces and like, let's leave. Or like, let's get to the actual shaded castle part of the shaded castle. And go from there. I'm tentatively excited about the future. Insofar as to say, I know that lots of things are going wrong in the world right now, but beginning work on tutorials for Godot has been actually pretty pleasing to do. Feels nice committing myself to something something with a deeper, multi-layered purpose, as opposed to just like, not that I don't like streaming or anything, but to be honest, streaming is a die roll as to whether or not it's about who you know. If you're gonna make it on the platform, if you're gonna make it on any platforms, you need to collaborate with people. You need people to see you, to hear you, to know of you. And I'm not sure I'm willing to put in all of the effort to do that. Mainly, again, the social media stuff that I've already talked about numerous times. And I don't want to rehash that conversation because I think it would be quite boring. I think part of me may be realizing that I should probably have I need to find some way to kickstart the next chapter of my life, because sitting inside the same walls for multiple years of my life is not it. It's not it at all. I should be doing a lot better for myself in life than I currently am, and I think this venture I'm gonna do will hopefully be the start of that. Maybe not now, maybe not anytime soon, but eventually I hope it'll help me turn the corner. Sorry, I'm trying not to be monotone or talking about piloting the game all the time. That only gets you so far as a content creator. You need to actually put your skin into the streams if you want to be seen as authentic and serious. You can't always just talk about the game. That gets boring. If people are bored, well, they'll find other things to do, right? At least that's what I've been told anyway. Okay, let's I think we probably have enough to deal with, or we've killed enough things, I think. And I know about that rune piece on the other side of the castle, so we're gonna grab that and then actually go into the shaded castle after exploring like the outskirts, making sure we haven't missed rune pieces. How many are we up to anyway? 32. That's enough for three more binding runes if they're not Godric's. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, I think it's just this here. I like hazelnut, but I like peppermint more. I cannot wait to be done with the hazelnut creamer so that I can get to the stuff I truly love. I'm a huge peppermint aficionado. My dad hates the stuff, but I love it. I always feel a little bit lighter after having had some. Okay, I know the entrance is like back here. Or at least it should be. Oh, well, I think this is an entrance. I don't know if it's the only entrance, but it is an entrance. So welcome to the Shaded Castle, everybody. There's like an outer castle and an inner castle. Our targets, let me go ahead and do this. Our target is Elmer of the Briar, and he is way up there at the very tippy top of the castle. He's in like the Castellan's chambers, basically. Cool, great. Unfortunately, Elmer of the Briar is a very hard-hitting boss. A supremely hard-hitting boss. And hopefully the Shaded Castle will be a good showcase of just how difficult Elmer will come to be, as these enemies are generally, very generally speaking, going to have tons of health. Their statuses, there are environmental hazards everywhere, all that fun stuff. Grunge says I was AFK for a bit again. No worries. I was just kind of rambling about random stuff. Grunge asks, aside from games, what media have you been enjoying lately? Like, have you been paying attention to any music or movies? Not like movies. I'm not much of a film buff, sorry, but music, yeah. There's a trying to remember. His name is Michael Oakley. I'm a huge synthwave enjoyer, huge synthwave enthusiast. So that's a lot of that's where a significant chunk of my musical listening tends to journey towards. And as of recently, there's a synthwave artist named Michael Oakley, who's known for making retrowave, which is synthwave that sounds like the old tracks from the 80s with like the weird kitschy sounds in it and stuff. And he released a track called World of Promises recently. There's also a music video for it. It's super cool. The lyrics of the song I felt really seen by as a millennial 34-year-old. Never mind anything else about me. I felt seen in a way that I usually don't feel seen. If that's making any sense. But like paying attention to music writ large, no, not really. I just pay attention to maybe the stuff I like, and that's it. How about yourself, Grunge? Are you what kind of media have you been enjoying lately? My apologies if my answer was perhaps off base or off the mark a bit. Because I definitely don't pay attention to music charts, because that's what you're saying here. Grunge says, when I say pay attention, you don't mean like, oh, you don't mean charts. Any amount of attention on, yeah, somewhat. Like I pay attention to my own music, my own vested interest in music, but that's about it. Dance with the Dead, Michael Oakley, Wave Shaper. What else? God, there's so many of them. A lot of like niche underground projects. That's kind of the thing about synthwave is unless the artists are like syndicated, like Dance with the Dead, and have like their own copyright, synthwave is kind of like an underground genre of music. It's not really all that mainstream yet. So news on music or news about synthwave is just harder to come by. You have to already really be in the community, and I'm not. The most I do is pay attention to the current track, like maybe current tracks, not like charts and stuff. But how about yourself? Because in terms of film or like other media, I'm boring. I really don't watch much. Grunge says, I like a lot of nice underground stuff too, but like from like the 90s, like 300 views on the only YouTube upload style niche. Right, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Eclectic, people would describe that as eclectic music taste, and I would say, well, you like what you like. I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Sorry, I don't like Dua Lipa or, you know, Bebe Rex, like Ratio or whatever her name is. I apologize that I'm not listening to Selena Gomez or Taylor Swift or someone else cracking out their top 20 chart. I'm just not in that sphere of music to start with. Heck, I'm subjected to country music all the time. And I still don't really, like, not even by choice sometimes. And I still wouldn't care for half the top country artists of today. Grunge says there's a pretty hard cutoff for you. Fair. around the mid 2000s, where most music past that point just doesn't appeal much to me, music became a market. That's probably the defining feature of that, I'd say. I may not have hit the mark for you, but that's kind of what I think of, where people are like, yeah, I fell off music around the mid 2000s. Music became bland. Instead of appealing to the niches, or, you know, the people for whom the music is supposed to be for, artists try to appeal to everyone in order to make money. And when you do that, you lose a lot of your character. Country music is a great example of this, where I don't mind when, you know, artists do like style crossovers. That's fine. It's the, oh yeah, by the way, the style crossover makes so little sense for the genre of music that it is, that we can tell it's just a blatant cash grab. Or, listen, I know sex sells, but like, come on, we don't need you know, yet another country song about how hot this girl at the bar is, or about what she put you through, or about the man who cheated on you. Like, there's no variety there. Sorry, I'm ragging on country really hard because, you know, outside of getting to listen to my own stuff, it was what I was subjected to growing up. Whenever I was with my dad, that's, you know, as a young kid, that is what we listened to. You know, George Strait or Toby Keith or Alan Jackson, that kind of thing. Grunge says, would you play some music you like on the stream, or would that cause a million problems with copyright and monetization? So, if I were streaming to just Twitch, I would maybe consider that, because with Twitch, as part of being being a member of the affiliate program, I get access to the ability to just have the copyright come into play whenever anything would trigger copyright. So Twitch will auto mute the VOD, like that's fine. With YouTube and Kick, if they catch you violating, and maybe not so much with Kick, but definitely on YouTube, there have already been instances where YouTube staff have like de-lived someone midstream. They like cut the feed from their end over copyright. I'm not monetized on YouTube, but it doesn't matter, because the dealing with copyright claims causes other problems for me. If I could ever find a way to like send the music somewhere else, or if we ever got multi-track streaming, I would think about it more sincerely. Or if I ever were only streaming on Twitch someday again, I would think about it. A lot of my old challenge run clips, where I was challenge running Dark Souls 3, had other music in them, and that was because at the time I was a nobody, number one, and number two, you know, again, Twitch will just auto mute the part of the VOD that has the copywritten material in it. So on Twitch, it's probably more okay. Just deal with the VOD being mute. You can't do that on YouTube, and I don't know really that much about Kick to say whether you can or can't. It probably might not even care, considering all their money comes from like gambling, or like prioritizing or promoting gambling. So I don't know if that's what gambling does to an MF. I have no idea. Other than that, I guess I would probably say, to answer that question succinctly, probably not. Even when I considered running challenge run tracks for the challenge run, oh no. Come on. I hate these things. Yep, just interpose an obstacle, please. Thank you. Grunge asks, do they still have those bots where the users can add songs to the stream playlist? Yes. They probably still do. I know Firebot has a method for doing that. Stream Elements has like a virtual way of doing it. Nightbot has the ability to do it. Lots of stream programs have the ability to do that. Yeah, that's still a feature of the landscape. It's not used very much precisely because of copyright, or the ones that are using it have like, they pull from the no copyright section, or they edit the track or attempt to sing over it themselves, which also causes copyright problems. People have tried a litany of things to get around this. The main issue is just, again, if I recorded my streams, I could maybe do that, because what I would do if I were recording the stream right is I would have everything I want for the first track, because all streams stream on one audio track. You're not allowed to stream, or you cannot stream multiple audio tracks like concurrently. You have to pick one. So everything I do is on track one. If I were doing this in a way that I could play music, I would have the stream on one track, and then I would have with all the stream stuff on that same track. And then for the second track, I would set up everything minus the music. Like, I would specifically make sure it is sent to track 1 and not track 2. And then instead of uploading a stream, I would not stream on YouTube and instead upload a VOD of the Twitch stream with the non-copyrighted material, with no copyright material in it. There's a Magic the Gathering YouTuber by the name of Shahar Shenhar who does that. Ali Eldrazi's another content creator who does this. So it is doable, but you have to not, I would only essentially stream on one platform, and I don't know what to think about doing that. Uh-oh, run. Yeah, I'm not letting you heal, you silly depraved perfumer. Get out of here with that. Were you just asking out of curiosity, Grunge, or for a different reason? Just curious as to what that reason is. Because that is something I have thought about multiple times, but I usually just remind myself of why I multi-stream in the first place, and how much of a problem trying to do that with multiple live streams actually is. Like, I would essentially have to pick one. I can either multi-stream and have no copyrighted content, or I could stream to only one platform, or maybe even stream to like Twitch and Kick and not YouTube, and then I could upload the VODs to I could upload a version of the VOD to YouTube. Grunge says, back in 2018, yeah, pre-COVID, basically, when I would watch more people on here, it was just something that they all did. Yeah. That's like, it's a great way of entertaining a live audience, because, you know, everyone gets a chance to listen to not game audio. So I get where that request is coming from. I get where the question is coming from. I think more people now are more conscientious of what Twitch and YouTube are doing with copyright than they have generally been in the past. And so as a result, you don't see it that much anymore. Or again, you'll pull a Shahar Shenhar and you'll like stream on one platform, and you do that, and then when you find the YouTube VOD later, you don't have the copywritten material in there to cause a problem. And the weird thing is that commenting on the music is fine in the VOD. It's just because the comment is not itself a piece of copywritten material. Only the music itself is copywritten material. I know I'm saying the obvious. Yes, copywritten material is copywritten. Congratulations, Coin. You have said the effective equivalent of paint dries. I have a bad habit of doing that. Are you serious? How did that guy... Oh, I know why I was spotted. Because of the attack on the other guy. It's something I'd like to get back to doing. But again, I would really have to not stream on YouTube for that to be a thing. And I do have an audience on the YouTube platform, not currently, or like, you know, if they are there, they're lurking, right? In which case, you know, I hope everyone's doing a good lurk. Lurkers are always welcome here. But like, no one's really making those kinds of requests on YouTube. Things to think about. Yeah. I would say to go back to trying to like address or provide further commentary on that statement. I just think people were a bit more laissez-faire about the copyrights than they are today. Especially because there's a lot more, like, people can probably use AI bots to like find the copywritten material, and as long as a human is vetted that is actually copywritten material, you know, those copyright claims will stick. Which is not great. Thankfully for me, my only real piece of monetization is on Twitch. I don't have a kick audience, not really. I have people that lurk, I'm sure, but I haven't bothered to look or anything. And I'm not a partner on YouTube. The only place I have like any actual real syndication is on Twitch. So that's a lot of where my focus of benefits and stuff is when it isn't for Patreon or coffee or something. If people, just to kind of like provide us some more context as to what we're doing currently, we have actually just made it to the Shaded Castle rest site. You have to trudge through this poison to get to it, and you could totally climb up to the inner castle and not even bother with this section here at all. That is how much you don't have to care about certain sections of the Shaded Castle. It's a really nice dungeon. You can either choose to be thorough with it, like I have to be for rune pieces, or you can just blitz through it if you want. And a lot of dungeons in Reforged are kind of like that. It's just really nice. It makes for a very modular experience, which is not something you can say for base game. A lot of the time, you can skip a lot more stuff. In fact, you were even encouraged to do that. You were especially encouraged to do that because Miyazaki would just throw the kitchen sink at you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know all about Mr. Perfumer over there. Yeah, how about that? Them apples. I usually die to this guy. Rain of Fire is goated. Goated. Fantastic stuff. Sorry, can everyone tell it's like my favorite spell in this whole run? Rain of Fire is great. I want a lightning version of it though. My favorite element in a video game is electricity, in case that wasn't abundantly obvious from like the channel theming and stuff, or like the sounds of the alerts. I like lightning a lot. It characterizes my personality very well. I am gentle to my friends and yet abrasive to my enemies. I shock people into silence or laughter. Waxing poetic for a minute here. my bad. I know that is not how you make that. You jump down. I'm almost sure of that. I'm gonna try to like, I believe this is a rune arc up here. And your way to collect it is like, oh no, oh maybe not. Oh, never mind. Nope, you absolutely either do that or you use the castle railing right there. Like the battlement railing. There we go, something like that. And then we could just walk like this, and I'm willing to bet that is much easier to get than trying to jump from up there at the inner castle. I do believe you get a rune piece doing that, though. You see if I'm right. I'm gonna be upset if all this work turns out to be for nothing. No! Alright. Well, hey, I don't know if I'm getting up there again, but at least it is not a, you know, deathly fall or anything. Yeah, I think we can still get up here. Heck, nabbit. Yeah, if we're willing to do some shenanigans to make this work. Something like this. Yeah. Hardcore parkour, baby. And off it just like that. I think we could maybe do like this catty corner type jump. Yeah, that cuts out a lot of unnecessary jumping, actually. Okay. I'm learning techniques, which is a huge part of the routing experience. If you guys ever do a challenge run, or you start planning and routing for a challenge run yourselves, that is a huge part of the routing experience, is being willing to experiment and practice good routing technique. If you guys want more information on that, feel free to type in !ER hitless into the chat. And you will be taken to the hitless rules that I've modified for Elden Ring Reforged's use. You could also Google search Team Hitless in on like your search bar, and you'll be taken to the Team Hitless website if you're more interested in base Elden Ring than anything else. I feel like if I didn't move, I could just stand on top of that, but I think you do have to come in from the inner castle and move out. I'll give this a few more tries as long as I'm not dying, but I don't want to spend too long trying to sequence break or get an item I maybe perhaps shouldn't be getting this way. This is the easy part. The hard part is right there. I don't think I could do that. I'm gonna try something weird. Yeah, you can't. You can get pretty close, but you can't actually do it. You have to go in from the back.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a P-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee, but again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content.
Thank you guys for putting up with that and putting up with me. Thanks for keeping me company, as always. We do take commercial breaks around here in the next 3.5 minutes. There will be a timer just to the left of my webcam there. That'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the ad break lasts and how many minutes of ads are served up to you. Wish I didn't have to, but, you know, c'est la vie. It's where we are at the moment in real life. So, gotta be careful. I should definitely not be doing this while I'm trying to explain how this works. Anyway, no one likes ads. I certainly don't. So I recommend we all take a, break together during the commercial ad break. Find something else to do, stretch, get a snack, and so on. I encourage everyone to do that. That'll make the break just pass by so much faster and less painfully so. But I am not the arbiter of your time. Spend it however you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, the ads should have stopped. I should have returned to my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Just like that. I wonder if I can't, do it from the back, like this. Yeah, sure can. Okay, that was way easier than trying to jump over the top. Yeah, that was way easier. I'm glad I checked for that, because that's a stone sword key that we'll have for later when we actually really need it. Okay, we're good to like move on. Check out some other compartments of the like outer castle walls before making our way to the inner castle. And also, I know we talked about the soundtrack earlier, like music tracks earlier, and explaining the whole why I can't really stream a music track any which way. But what I will say is the soundtrack for Elden Ring is great. And it's hard to find things to dislike about it. At least in my opinion. Ah, that is symphony to my ears. Just enemies dying on camera, on screen where I can see them. Just watch the life force fade from them. Ah, that is so satisfying. Sorry, did I sound like a psychopath? I probably sounded like a psychopath, just a little bit. We'll pick this up after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's pick back up on what we were doing, shall we? I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break. You know, in the sense that we all found something wonderful to do during that time and not anything else, because ads suck. The champion song painting. Oh, that kind of feels like it's over maybe one of these general directions. I'd have to look at where these paintings are. Speaking of paintings, there are at least a couple we do need to go back and get, because I believe we only have 2 out of the 6 active, and we've definitely been missing items from these paintings as like a result. But that's me. Wait. Should wait. Yeah, that's exactly why I stopped. I heard footsteps. Rain of Fire actually makes things much easier to deal with. Makes that much easier to deal with, because their AI is already acting strangely due to having to like mind their like positioning. More lost ashes. Great. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I believe we have to climb up into the castle now. We've gotten everything we have come here for on the bottom. Yep. We absolutely have to go down go up the ladder now. So I'll show you guys the second tier, which has more of those, you know, god-awful enemies in it. I say ladder, but this isn't the correct ladder. There's a different ladder. Okay, let's pop I think 2 or 3 hard runes. 2 hard runes. Or it could pop a 4K. Yeah, let's pop a 4K.
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm definitely not getting any stronger by pumping more points of arcane into this. So I feel like I should probably be pumping health right now, or like something else that it might be a little bit more intrinsically useful. Maybe getting like endurance up to say 20. Bye-bye. Okay, I know that one of them saw me. I don't know what you think you saw, Sir Wraith, but you saw nothing. Thank you. See, you saw nothing. I gotta mind my 12 and my 6. In from soft games in general, always mind your 12 and your 6, your front and your back. Do not, under any circumstance, let someone get behind your 6. Not paying attention to your 12, understandable. Not paying attention to your 6, that's a skissue. Although even then, not paying attention to your front is also skissue. But if you're looking to make sure your backside's okay, the not paying attention to the front can be forgiven by a lot of people, as long as you're not trying to, you know, do a challenge run, and then, you know, you're liable for everything. That is what I have learned in my experience anyway. I did not mean to do that. Is a definite disqualifier if the glitches certainly were not. I hope the gameplay has been enjoyable, and I hope the general commentary throughout the first half of the stream has been enjoyable. I did not mean to do this. Because I will probably be piloting now for like a good chunk of the game, or a good chunk of the remaining stream, as you don't even think about it. Yeah, get out of here with your silly self and your perfumes. I am actually probably due to grind up material. In fact, why don't we take a quick second and kind of do that right now? So let's see, we got the gaseous stone, and the gaseous stone makes blazing substance, but it also makes rocky amalgam, and it makes more rocky amalgam than it does blazing substance. Okay, I think I know what I use this for, among anything else. Crystalline amalgam, yeah, we could probably put that there. Sacramental burgeon, cut half for those, put half into amalgam, and put the other half into other stuff. Fragrant amalgam. But we have more Altus blooms, so definitely that. Yeah, a lot of the amalgam system here, or like the crafting system in Reforged, does specifically often want you to be thinking about where you are, like what you choose to allocate to all of your resources. You got to know, like, if there's anything unique, or if anything remotely turns into an ingenious or miraculous alchemic, you do not want to convert like the lilies, the arteria leaves, or anything else into not rare materials like these alchemics. You want to be really careful with them. Yeah, we'll turn all of those into crackling substance. I would say our actual like limiting factor right now is the blessed substance. Yeah, it's definitely the blazing substance. That's what we have the least of. Just go ahead and convert all these over. We'll keep 30 of these. And I'll hold on to the row of fruit because raw row of fruit is used for raisins. I think I'll actually turn these into crystalline amalgam. And then these could become mildewy amalgam. Toxic mossling. Can't really, yeah. Blood tainted excrement. Oh, I forgot we had that. That's perfectly fine. Okay, we have made lots of stuff. Let's now make signs of the all-knowing. We definitely need at least a handful of them. I like to keep at least 50 on hand, maybe even more. I don't want to run out of things to... I don't want to kill something unique and in Reforged and then not have the ability to mark it. That's just asking for trouble. And I saw the ladder back there, but I am choosing this time to like top off her FP before we get up there. It's a good practice to do in Reforged. People should do it more often. You know, really stretch your FP out for and your flasks for as long as you reasonably can. FP conservation is really important. And if I put this into words that everyone understands, you always want to conserve your mana. Always conserve your mana until you need to spend it on burst. I am not dead, but gosh darn it, does spending FP on that be feeling bad. That do be feeling real bad. Trying to think of, well, we were already able to kill a lot of them just by charging in. So yeah, we can do it that way. We'll just roll into them. That way we're not wasting spells on something that can be killed through like brute force, so to speak. Huh, how did I miss that? Is that even important though? Maybe? Yeah, I'm actually, hold on. I gotta know if there's something back there. Yeah, how did I miss this? There could be a rune piece tucked in. I think I just never bothered looking in here. Ah, yes. I was like, this bottom area is strangely missing some basilisks. And now I know why. Yeah, there should be at least one more rune piece in this mess somewhere. I think it's probably back here where Kernifer would... If I were Kernifer, I would be like, where would I expect people to not really want to like go and check out? And it's probably like this random old corner in the back here. And not anything else. I hope I don't find another Royal Revenant. Hate those bastards. I thought I saw at least one more back here, but I know sometimes they like to be buried, like under the ground, or be submerged under the ground and then come out later. No? Okay. All right. I think now I think we've got everything that's to be had out here. I wanted to double check, you know. Also, I even I think I just straight up missed this area altogether. It's fine. Totally fine. Let's head up here now. Hopefully find something on that this second level. I'd like to get to Elmer sometime today, but whether or not I get to do that is going to be contingent on whether or not I continue to exhibit skill issue. Grunge says, sorry for taking off. No worries. I'm glad you even stopped by at all, Grunge. I'm calling it a night though. I'll pop in tomorrow for sure, even if it's just to say hi. No worries. You know, I'll be here doing the do. Thank you so incredibly much for hanging out with me today, Grunge. It was good to see you. I do hope I see you tomorrow. And that you do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Especially if I don't get to see you tomorrow or at any point in the future. I hope you remain safe. World's a dangerous place. With that, we're going to continue moving right along into hopefully not spending too long who am I kidding? We're going to be spending forever here. The Shaded Castle is like a legacy dungeon. You're going to be spending loads of time here. Like supreme amounts of time here even. No, get off. At least these guys aren't poisonous. They just, you know, they suck half your HP. But you know what they say about me?
I bleed, but I won't die.
Yeah, I might, you know, if it bleeds, you can kill it. But even if it bleeds, I might be pretty dangerous to try to kill, you silly little corpses. I see you, sneaky, over there. Don't think I don't see you. Get out from there. Ah, this is where Clean Rot Night is. Okay. Bye-bye. They become significantly easier to deal with when you're at a higher level, because your spells just do more of the work. The Valkyrie's relic, rescued from the dregs in the highest tower, the obsessed keeps his treasure. Ah, so Elmer wanted the Valkyrie's prosthetic for himself? How fitting, I guess. Yeah, so instead of having to Instead of being able to easily get it here, yes, you need to go to the top of the tower and actually fight a boss for the prosthetic. It's fine. It could be worse, right? Let me drink some more water. I've had a coffee and 2 cheer wine. I need to be chugging water like it's no one's business, or I'm gonna be dehydrated. I've already had a headache come on, actually, for such a reason, so I know it's a dehydration headache. Gotta take care of that. Got to. We're gonna hop down here. Oh, wait, no. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I was about to do that anyway. No. We already came through here earlier. That's right. We came through here earlier. We want to be heading a different direction now. Let's deal with the obvious closer threats first. And just let them walk through the fire. And that's a very easy way to conserve FP. Perfect. Yeah, we could just use Rain of Fire to literally save ourselves, like, the trouble for FP. If you think you're getting away from being able to, from being harassed, you got another thing coming, Sir Marauding, Revenant, Mounted Revenant. Now, you're not getting away that cleanly. This little crag, or like schism in the rocks here is kind of how you're meant to get that item coming from this part of the, from this part of the castle. Bye-bye. Just in time, too. I see you up there, Mr. Perfumer. You think I'm gonna let you just stand up there? Oh, this spell's true MVP. Sorry, you're not getting the ambush on me today, Mr. Perfumer. You could forget that. Yeah, I feel a lot more kitted out with Mesmer's Rain of Fire because of Kernifer's work. I truly appreciate it. It's an impressive spell. I literally could not ask for a better companion throughout my entire time in the lands between. We'll jump over here, just check the back sides. Ah, you can just go up there straight. I do want to see all the little crevices, just make sure there's nothing in here. No rune pieces sneaking away from me. Might as well look around. Nice. Bye-bye. Okay, so we have that bottom section there. We still need to go through the exterior part of the battlement over there before we can even think about heading toward the center, where more pesky royal revenants wait for us. No, you don't get to mount. Sorry. Have a nice day. That one might try though. And they're gonna fail at it. Because as it turns out, Rain of Fire is amazing. I just wish some of the other decisions reflected how amazing this game is. Sorry, I'm not in love with the you know, making the spirit severing blade take 7 seconds. If it's causing that much concern, we should just go back to not having it. If you're that concerned with cheese, just take it away. You know, people will complain and, you know, whine and moan, but they'll get over it. The true, you know, the true fans will stick. Rather than nerfing it into unusability, just ban it. Take it away. But, you know, I don't know. There's always two sides of the coin with a ban. If you ban something to the point where it is unusable or like unusable tripe, then, you know, why did you make it, right? Why did you create it? You should just ban it. It defeats the purpose of nerfing something. But if you nerf it too hard, then what the nerfs basically collectively say is, I made a mistake when I made this, but rather than just taking it away, I'm gonna nerf it to where I think it, you know, it doesn't create shenanigans. But if you go overboard with repeated nerfs, you know, that is the impression, is that you've made a mistake, but you're just not big enough to admit it. And so you're not a big enough person to admit that and say, okay, I've learned. You know, if I don't like that people are cheesing my stuff by obscure like spirit revocation mechanics, just take it away. Okay, thank goodness there's not a third one. That would be a rough proposition, to say the least. Yeah, okay. At an angle. Nope, we're good here. We are good here. Okay. So we have 3 of these. Look, if you want to just, you know, get on with your bad self up here, be my guest. Nice. How? I can't really make it up there. So what's the purpose of this piece of roof? And a lot of these decisions, you know, I question why a lot on a lot of these. Kurnifer doesn't really touch map assets that much. And even when he does, or when the team decides to, you know, it's kind of a, you know, we want to leave things as vanilla as possible. So most of the quirks of the terrain or map really just go back to Miyazaki. Like, you can blame Miyazaki and his creative vision for how he wanted Elden Ring to look, or how much creative liberty he gave maybe his set designers or other like creative teams, things like that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is blame Miyazaki. I'm only blaming Kurnifer for things like the Godskin Noble on the elevator, or the 7 seconds it takes, or what feels like 5 or 7 seconds it takes to deploy or use the Spirit Severing Blade, basically making it, relegating it into unusable trash, and you can't even use it on the mount. You can't even use it on the mount, so what's the point? Nice. I was about to say, surely you're not just gonna leave me holding the bag, video game, but you didn't, which is good. I like it when I'm not left holding the bag. Okay, and we were already up here earlier. We were already up there earlier, so ladder time. I think we need to see what's on the ladder next, and I'm not liking my odds with finding a Royal Revenant, so I'm definitely going to like come over here. Nice. I think we have hit the second rest site, maybe, by coming up here. Let's see. Because we have like the courtyard, and then we have this upper part, which I think just takes us to the big gates for the intersection of the castle. Because this is all still the courtyard, believe it or not. This is all very much still the courtyard. Yeah. Yeah, so now we head over here. Okay. I am going to... We need 109, so... What, is that basically... We need... 30 stored runes, and then we need an extra one. So 31. Let's see if my math is right. Yes, basically. I'm gonna pump endurance.
Your ambitions.
I'd like to get a little bit more endurance. I think I'll probably be okay if we stop at like 20. Let's see if I'm right. And also, what was the deal with strength? Physical defense. Okay. Increases robustness. Yeah, I'm pretty susceptible to bleed. So having or frostbite. So having like some endurance is not bad. And investing more arcane as just not providing us with any value. So we might as well do something else, right? House Murray is ruined. Just desserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. House Murray, huh? That severed harpy, was that the language? Severed harpy. What's severed harp? You mean Melania? Is that the harpy you're referring to? Wow. I know Melania is kind of a foot stooge, but come on. Thank you. Oh no. Nice. Yeah, it's a bunch of missed spells for no reason. You're not teleporting today, Mr. Aristocrat. Not happening. The insides of this area can get rather dark. So I do typically pull out my lantern for these like short sections. Nice. I see you back there. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. All right. What about the backside? The backside will lead to the internals. Will it lead up there? Maybe. Yeah, this kind of looks like it does. So we should maybe think about going through this section first. How did that reach through the wall? I'm sorry, what? That's BS. BS. The most BS I think I've seen. What was this? It's literally this.
It's against the law.
Like just absolute jackanate behavior. Fully off it. Fully off. Okay, there's got to be I think there's a clean rot night in here, or right around the corner. Or inside this building. Okay, this should be... Yeah, this is well lit enough. Now, what I want to... I believe I know our answer. All right, Mr. Page. Yeah, bleed out up there. And I know there's at least one more page up there at the top where we can't see them. I know there's at least one more of those. I can hear footsteps, like there's one here. Nice. Hopefully I won't have to like eat up another flask. I also hear another pair of footsteps. Like, I'm sorry, but what the heck is that? There literally should not be footsteps up here. Maybe there's another clean rot night tucked around the back. Ah, I know what it is. It's... all right, Fido. It's time for you to perish. Okay, more clean rot nights. I feel like there's at least one. Gotta be at least one. Maybe not. Okay, I'll take it. Now, what I'm not sure about... that feels like a death trap, so... okay, so then what was that section in the middle, then? I'm kind of curious about that. There's like a... there was a spot earlier where it was like, hey, maybe we don't go toward the clear area with like, that leads to the middle. This is what I meant by the shaded castle kind of being, interesting. Where if you take the path you think is obvious, you're going to be misled by the architecture, of the castle. Yeah. I kind of just followed it to its natural conclusions, and I still managed to find a way to like deal with the sensors. So methinks that area I skipped out on that had like the nearby noble sorcerer hiding in it. Methinks this area does not lead up to where Elmer probably is. It's somewhere else. And I want to know where. Come on, this is too big of an arena not to have something in it. Seriously? Okay. I won't say no. I certainly wouldn't say no. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Good to see you again. Mr. Jason says, I've just thought of something, good sir. It took Nintendo 7 years to go from Animal Crossing New Leaf on the Nintendo 3DS to Animal Crossing New Horizons on the Nintendo Switch. And despite the Nintendo Switch 2 edition that released back in January this year, we're basically at 6 years now since Animal Crossing New Horizons. Yeah, Nintendo is certainly, we thought it was eating well at first, but I kind of don't think it is now. Because of, I think all that Pal World controversy basically chewed up whatever goodwill people thought Nintendo had, and I was like, oh yeah, we're selling that to the highest bidder because money. So I think Nintendo is no longer eating as well as we thought it did, precisely because of how the Pal World controversy shook up things at Nintendo. And even though like Star Fox is on the horizon now again, they're like the individual subsidiaries of Nintendo of Japan are doing well, right? Like their quality is the same as ever, and they produce good material. It's not about the directors or it's not about the producers. It's not about the project leads. It's about the directors. It's about the shareholders, the CEOs of Japan, and more specifically Nintendo of Japan. That's like a huge deal. I believe this is where I was supposed to have upgraded Kristoff, but we did that. We ended up doing that way earlier than anticipated, and it paid off. Mr. Jason says, Animal Crossing New Horizons did at least finally become a literal system seller. Yeah, I'd say so. And although we are dressed for success against Elmer of the Briar, I digress. I think this has been changed so there are not... I wonder if there is actually a summon available for this. Mr. Jason says, same with Pokemon Pokopia, although they didn't convince Mr. Jason. Yeah, like that's what I mean. The stuff that's mediocre, in the beginning, and the Switch 2's general lack of games available right away for it, hurt Nintendo pretty significantly. But if it had only been that, it would have been fine. You know, it's a recoverable loss. I think Doug Bowser, Nintendo of America, I think Nintendo of America doing what it did and Nintendo of Japan doing what it did caused a lot of issues.
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Thanks for putting up with that, guys, and for hanging out with me today. Today's been good. I appreciate everyone coming in and hanging out with me. I really do. That was the warning for the 5-minute. That was a 5-minute warning for the commercial break. In about 4 minutes, there will be a timer just to the left of my webcam there that'll read for 3 minutes. That's not only how long the break lasts, but how many minutes are served up during ads. My apologies for having to serve them up, but if I don't want my audience to get a sucky experience, I gotta put them in somewhere. So might as well take frequent breaks while we do so. We do. I highly recommend that you guys, hang out or like take a break, get up, stretch, do something else, do something you want to do, because I'm going to be doing the same thing. It's good for my legs to get up and move. That said, spend the time. One sec. Spend that time however you like. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk. The ads should have stopped, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Although where we're going after that commercial break is probably wiping face to Elmer, because Elmer is hard. Even though he is weak to fire, he is... he hits like a like a freight train and a Mack truck put together in the same vehicle. Mr. Jason says, I can't wait for the adventures of Mr. Coin, good sir. It is an RPG game, and you eventually get a party member named Mr. Jason, who can boost your attack with the move Glaze. Glaze boosts the confidence of the party member that it was cast on. It's going to be a while before I make anything even remotely good enough for public consumption. I'm going to be in tutorial land all day, like for the next couple of months before I think of doing something. I have plans, but I already know that I shouldn't even attempt to move in the direction of those plans until I feel confident enough with, making a game that, like, I know what I've got enough of the chops of what I'm doing that I can like work on advertising or, literally anything that'll help the game sell. But I appreciate where your headspace is, Mr. Jason. Truly, Mr. Jason used Glaze. It's super effective. It's super effective. I appreciate it, good sir. Yes, it is. I appreciate it being effective. I'm just trying to keep it. Even though I appreciate the headspace, I'm trying to keep things reasonable because this is new for me. I don't even know really how to code. I'm not a veteran of any coding language. I can maybe read some C++ if it's going on. I know some general scripting elements, but I'm not proficient enough to do it quickly. Not only that, but GDScript, which is the proprietary language that Godot uses, although it is based in Python, and so Python rules mostly apply. There are still some things that are different between GDScript and Python, that it is not one-to-one. But have some hope. I'm gonna choose to have some hope. Speaking of hope, here's to hoping that commercial break ends soon. See you then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to you as well. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. Maybe not looking at ads, but you know, I do hope we have found things to look at or do during the meantime. Now, what I'm not sure about, and this is something I'm probably just going to have to look up, is there an NPC summon for Elmer? Because if so, I should probably use it. Even if it does make the fight harder, so. Plus, I need to know for other reasons anyway. So, let's do that. Sorry, I'm kind of like, I'm looking at this. I'm just making sure if there is a summon, I know where it is. Okay. According to what I found online, no, we're good here. Mr. Jason says, just dropping some casual Mr. Jason lore. You see, good sir, I'm actually the secret 9th evolution that is a mythical named Glaceon, and I have a catch rate that is lower than even the lowest catch rate. So you have the lowest catch rate of any mon there is. And you successfully caught me, good sir. Wow, are we sure? Are we moving into flirting territory? I know this is not a flirt or anything, but and I know this is for, you know, this is yet another reference of the glaze, but that feels so cheesy. It is almost a flirt line. Yes, see, I'm glad you confirmed that, because wow, that is some like crispy brown caramelized glaze right there, good sir. That is crispy brown. Welcome on in, Ball Shack. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I trust work went smoothly and was hopefully hassle-free today. Bolshek says, I've never not been well. Doing brilliantly? Good. I will probably continue to ask that out of courtesy, but Bolshak says work isn't meant to be smooth, it's meant to be work. Sure. I mostly mean, like, you know, no one was giving you trouble at work. There's work is work, and then there's work was rough. You know, work was brutal for no reason. Or a customer really had it out for you. Or something else. Bolshek says they can try to give me trouble. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I can see how it could be portrayed that way, good sir, but no, I was emphasizing that I'm happy to be here and really glad to know you, good sir. As am I, Mr. Jason. I'm mostly picking at that sentence a little bit. I'm glad you can see it from, like, my perspective a little bit. Bolshek says, I'm one of the few people who may be born for retail middle management. Ooh, yeah, Wow, retail middle management. That sounds like you've got your work cut out for you as like a manager, right? Like store manager, regional site manager, something like that. Yeah, from what I understand, nobody really likes, or nobody tends to like people in that position. Balshek says I'm unstoppable. I'm an unstoppable department lead. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. I'm you know, if it pays well, then, and you don't mind the stress, then, you know, I'm glad you have good stable work. I would say that sounds like fun, but you know, it's retail work probably. Yeah, or it is retail work. Yeah, the retail is usually not fun. From all of my friends that I've talked to, and from everybody that I've talked to online that has talked about like retail sales or anything like that, I've heard it can be quite the drag fest. Mr. Jason says in a certain organization, Mr. Coin, they have a whole lot of middle management. They do. They do. Speaking of things that must be managed, I think we've stared at creepy statues for a while. It is time for us to make a go at Elemer of the Briar, aka one of the most unfair bosses of all time. Other than Melania of the Scarlet Rot herself, Elemer is very unfair. He can bleed you out if I remember him correctly. Elemer says, or I'm sorry, goodness, I did a really horrid thing there. Balshek says enjoying a beautiful meal. Elmer of the Bratwurst. Yeah, that is certainly one way to. Wait, I'm sorry, you're having glue sausage? Wait, what? I'm sorry, you wrote that, I couldn't resist. I know that was a reference to Elemer of the Briar. Like, that's meant to be a joke of Elemer of the Briar. I thought it would be funny if I turned it around and said, wait, glue sausage? Because Elmer glue and bratwurst is a type of sausage? Yeah, that's a sure Jan moment for me.
Sure, Jan.
Volshek says I was calling Elemer a wiener, and he is one. He is one. You go on to say, I'm having sausage, though. I never ate paste, but my boss told me he ate a ton as a kid. That is a great piece of revelatory information. When I hear someone say, I ate paste as a kid, I don't know why, because obviously they probably don't do that as an adult. But I hear glue sniffing and I'm thinking, you know what? After some of what I see you do at work, the glue makes a lot of sense. The glue sniffing makes lots of sense. I obviously internalize this and don't say it, but when someone says they ate or they ate or sniffed glue as a kid, I believe them. Because usually I've already seen the rest of the personality by the time they say that. That's gotta be an embarrassing reveal. I would never admit I ate glue as a kid, ever. Not even for a stream gag. That's like too embarrassing. Balshak says he said it was good too. Glue. It's yum. I totally like sealing my mouth shut with stuff. Balshak says glue sniffing. I wouldn't get that. It's like huffing paint fumes. You know, it's not the glue itself, right? It's like the paint. It's like paint or gas fumes. It's about the particles being pressed up into your nose really quick. Though people probably end up pumping glue up their nose if they try it. So yeah, it's bad. It's like crayons up the nose. It's terrible. Don't do that. That you're gonna end up damaging your brain. if you do that. Bolshek says huffing straight paint fumes or gas fumes, though, it could get into. It'll kill you. I don't recommend it. Mr. Jason says, this reminds me of that fantastic game where you have to use glue to solve puzzles. I just can't put it down. Too true. Bolshak says, on the bus line at school when we got let out, the diesel fumes in the air always smelled nice. To you, like, in the air? See, I've heard of people saying diesel fuel or like fuel for cars smells nice. Because it's got like fuel or like Freon for like cars has like a couple of things that make it different from vanilla, chemically speaking, but it has like the same like fragrant components that vanilla does. It's just a couple of the bond switch and a couple of the hydroxides are in different places, and instead of vanilla, you get Freon. Mr. Jason says some people even sniff video game boxes when they're first open. It's the plastic smell. I don't do stuff like that. Ballshack says, asks, what are my favorite smells, Coin? One moment. So, my favorite smell is when I'm not smelling anything. I know that sounds weird, but when I was a kid, this is the story I'm going to tell before I, actually attempt the boss. I took shop class as a high schooler. One time, in April, I opened a can of wood stain because we were doing a furniture project for the school, and the school needed a dresser painted for money because back then the vocational classes could take on projects for the school. I accidentally opened a can of wood stain when a gust of wind was blowing in my face. I sniffed a raw amount of fresh stain fumes. I had 2 out-of-body experiences that day. And then about a year after that, or maybe 2 years after that, I developed what I believe to be a form of hyperosmia that ended up getting somewhat canceled out by long COVID, of all things. I am super sensitive to certain smells. I cannot handle detergent. For example, I can't. I get a headache the second I go into the detergent aisle, or where like a lot of cleaning supplies are. I can't handle that either. My brain probably thinks it's too much like being struck with the stain fumes from the can. Perfumes give me a headache. Cologne, I'll wear it, but it gives me a headache. And I try to be very faint with the cologne. I'm not always successful, but I do try not to apply too terribly much. But yeah, that kind of stuff sucks for me. But when the smell is sufficiently diluted, I do enjoy a good hint of lemon. I enjoy floral scents, mainly roses, or like honeysuckles, like those, or the general smell of food. I don't mind that. those are like about the only favorite things I have for smell, because literally everything else gives me pain. Just gives me pain. Pain. Mr. Jason says, also, some people lick the Nintendo Switch game cartridges. The Met-y Det-y taste. Yep, I remember that clip on YouTube. Yep, absolutely awful. I did it once just to see if it was even true. I like put my finger on the grating and then put it to my tongue and did not like it. Yeah, it's an anti-lick coating. I know what it's for. I had to know if it was true. Balshak says, I love the rain smell. Rain smell can be okay. You know, provided it doesn't fall onto an oil slick or something. Yeah, I can see it. Balshak says you opened a can of whoop ass on the final project. I got my ass beat by fumes. I got my ass beat. Let me see if I can't find. Yeah, here it is. As soon as the deck wants to load.
You like that? It's called getting whooped.
Yeah, I got whooped by fumes for a while. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. Do not redeem. Mr. Jason says, when I was at school, that lesson was called D&T, Design and Technology. It was called construction when it was actually a bona fide construction course when I took it. Most people still called it shop, and I believe the course was eventually closed due to budgeting, long after I left, if I remember right. Balshak says, asks, what's my take on M&Ms? They're okay. They're nothing to write home about, but they're not bad. Whether they're the peanut kind or regular M&Ms, I don't. I'm indifferent to them. How about everyone else? How about M&Ms for you? Balshak says, don't even like peanut M&Ms. I don't hate them. I'm indifferent to them. Mr. Jason says, I bet that experience left you fuming. Pretty good. Pretty good joke. If just a tad bit stretchy because of the way it had to be said. We've stared at creepy statues way longer than I intended. It is boss time. You guys know what that means, but just in case there are new people listening in, whenever there is a red or some other hazy screen in front of my face, that means I am not much for conversation at that exact time. You know, I'll greet anyone coming in and saying hello. I will greet anyone that is like a first-time chatter or a raider from someone on Twitch or from Kick and so on. But otherwise, I politely ask that people wait for me to finish either kicking face or getting my face kicked in by a boss or whatever difficult segment I am doing at that precise moment. Because Elden Ring is hard, okay? It's hard. Anyway, enough yapping. Let's get to the thwapping, and I'll see you guys on the other side. Yay! Well, I thought he would be a lot harder than he was. Yeah, Kristoff was fantastic for this fight. Kristoff was absolutely fantastic. And this is the part where we go into the deep root depths. Cool. But before we do that, we got a prosthesis to return, among other things. Let's go back over here. We need to do this for a quest for Millicent. We got to send her onward up north, and we can't do that until we give her the prosthesis. She's got to be able to attack.
Now, I'm tracing the path Melania took. She's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree. Are you giving me this arm? Thank you. I am in your debt yet again. I think if the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. If the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. Perhaps then I can aid you in battle. If the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for perhaps...
Okay, well, let's see if she puts on the arm. Sorry, I couldn't quite reflexively get to the mute button in time. Mr. Jason says, I was disappointed, good sir. In The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, I apparently died 7 times throughout the video game. Mr. Jason doesn't usually die in video games. I would love to replay it, but Mr. Jason knows of the dreadful minigames that Nintendo put in the game. You see, good sir, I used to think that hell was a place full of fire and lava, but no, it is the cuckoo dodging minigame. I think I vaguely remember that. It's been some time since I played A Link Between Worlds. I did beat it. Okay. Millicent has decided to go like F off to literally anywhere else. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that is completely fine. All right, let's pop some more runes and let's head into the deep root depths. I can show you guys real fun places in the deep root depths. Like truly the funnest of places. We need what, 70,000? Let's see, 10, 20, 30. That's 100,000 right there. 35 would put us at 70k. I think 35 hard runes. So if I literally pop all of these. Yeah, I think I remember the cuckoo minigame, but it's a very fleeting memory is what I should say there. It's a very fleeting thing for me too. Actually, no, I need 500 more or one of these 800 runes. That'll probably do it. Because this blighted avatar is mean. You really do not want to be like playing footsies with the blighted avatar if you do not have to be. I'll show you guys what I mean by that. This one's brutal. Mr. Jason says, and then you have Octorok baseball. Ah, yes. Sometimes, you know, with mini games like that, right? You're probably thinking, You know, Nintendo sometimes can be,
That man is the scum of the earth.
for many games like that, brutal. So we had, let's see, we had paint. We had paint fumes, diesel fumes. I guess I can turn around and ask that question to everyone else. You know, what are your favorite smells, if you have them? You know, or especially if you've used or like have had a scratch and sniff. You know, how were one of those? How did you find a scratch and sniff? Was the experience a good one? Oh boy. Do I have to do this without a summon? I think I do. Yep, I sure do. Okay, that's fine. Nope, I did not mean to do that. Rain smells are my absolute favorite lake smells. So like nice clean water, or like water with interesting smells in it. I can see that. Lake smells, there's like an autumn smell when it starts getting cold. Yeah. Okay, fine. If that's about how much the rain damage the Rain of Fire is doing, nuts. Then that's fine. That's fine. I'll take any amount of health I can get. Okay. I actually probably shouldn't have even moved from that spell. Ballshack says, there's a spring smell for when the flowers bloom for a bit. Yeah, that's a good smell. That's a good smell if I'm not thinking about it too hard. Okay, let him like stomp like that. I think the lake smells and rain smells might come from like pollution. Yeah, it's interesting to think about what your favorite smells are when you consider what like the root cause. That would kind of freak me out if I knew that. Oh, whoops. I have no fear. Kind of no fear. I think I could probably hold a conversation. Once you've seen like a Erdtree avatar, you've kind of seen them all. They all have like the same moveset. It's just a matter of, you know, can you outrun what they're doing? And at least as long as there's not like a tier effect going on, which this blighted avatar does not have a tier effect on, it really is just a matter of It's just a matter of, you know, dodging the attacks. I did okay, but I don't think I kept up with conversation particularly well. Well, okay, it had a tear effect on, but I don't know what that looks like on the blighted avatar. Let me catch up on chat properly. There's like an autumn smell when it starts getting cold. I could see that. Well, rain smell is like being good has little to do with the cleanliness, I think. Probably. Mr. Jason says, autumn is my favorite time of the year. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. There is no pollen giving me the middle finger and hating me. Yeah, I do get mildly allergic during spring, so fall is nice for that. Yeah, I am winning. We have won, is what I should probably say. I did that while talking, while not being fully locked in. So I call that a good one. Ballshack asks, hey Coin, where does Artorias rank on your boss ranking of these kinds of games? He's okay. Now, I say he's okay because I've seen people fight him and he's supposedly fantastic in their eyes. Fun fact, in OG Dark Souls, I have never reached, Ulasil. I have never reached that part of the game with the DLC. When I had Dark Souls, I had access to the Prepare to Die edition, which was my siblings. It was not mine. And in the non-remastered versions of Dark Souls, the remaster, I understand, does something different with the Ulasil DLC, or the Abyss DLC, as it is, I think, sometimes called. The window to get the item from killing a golem in the Duke's archives, there is a very, very narrow window that you get to do this before the golem either disappears or does not have the item. I tried to do this when I was streaming Dark Souls 1, and I was streaming the Prepare to Die edition, and I remember being supremely bummed because I never got it. I never found it. Ballshick says, we need to do this. I know, it's criminal. It's the only part of Dark Souls 1 I have not experienced. I've played the rest. Ballshick says, I thought it was the same in both. You have to find some random junk and go there. Yes, I knew there was an item. I didn't know you had to find a person. I didn't know you had to find a person first, and then go kill the golem to get the item, and then you could do the DLC. Never found it. Never found her. So yeah, there's a part of Dark Souls I've never done. I believe Calamite is a dragon that is in that DLC. I've not fought him. I have not fought Manus. I have not... Sorry, spoilers. I have not fought Artorias, and so on. I would like to do that sometime, but I have so much on my plate already, as is. It's not funny. Ballsheck says all the Dark Souls 1 and 2 DLCs were like, no one on Earth could have figured out how to get those without a guide. See, in the OG port of Dark Souls 2, when I got the season pass, I got the copy of the game that just gave you the keys. Like you had the keys in your inventory. You needed to find the place. Scholar of the First Sin has a... You need to find the NPC carrying the entry in. I will comment in 1 second. Holy heck. Oh, I thought I was dead. I so thought I was dead. I might still be if I'm not paying attention. Hard-headed giant ant. And I apologize, Mr. Jason. I don't hear combat music, so let me see where I missed the message. Mr. Jason says, I would say something about winning, but I think I have glazed Mr. Coin enough for today. Fair enough, Mr. Jason. Yes, you have done a fair amount of that today. My apologies for having missed that. Balshek says, Calamite is all right. Yeah. Artorias is like the height of that game. I've heard that Artorias is like the huge selling point of the game. Yeah. Balshek then goes on to say it was kind of the new standard for them for bosses from that point. Yeah. Based on the reception of Artorias, I wouldn't blame them. I just wish it weren't such an arms race sometimes. Balshek says, even with the keys, dude, I wouldn't have ever found those doors. You just have to be thorough. At least two of the places that had the keys in that version of the game, the original version, you just had to explore a boss area to find them. It wasn't like in Scholar of the First Sin where they put a little bit more into the... you had to put a little bit more work into getting them. But that's fair. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is obtuse. An absolutely obtuse game. Balshek says 2,500 health giant ant is incredible, and it takes half damage from the front. That's the other thing that should not go understated. It has 50% damage reduction on attacks from the front, so you are encouraged to sneak up and attack them from the back. And they make it very hard for you to do. Both Reforged and Vanilla. Balshek says, I haven't finished this game. I played most of it when it came out. Yeah. And I can imagine probably just more interesting games came out at the time. Or what I've heard a fair few people say is that some of the bosses in Elden Ring are just complete and utter BS. And so they don't bother finishing. Margit and Morgott are really good examples. And if not him, then definitely something like Radon or Liurnia. Not Liurnia as a whole, but like fighting a Royal Revenant or having to fight a two-phase boss past like Altus would just like careen your neck 360 degrees until you have no neck left to look around to find after failing to find no BS. Balshek says the one you have to drop from the place in the back gulch. Yep. That's probably the only one that's kind of difficult to find in Dark Souls 2. Would not have found that door. Yeah, I could see that. That's fair. Balshek said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, I don't want to glaze you too much in one day or I'll quickly run out of unique ways to compliment you, good sir. I always like to make them creative. I appreciate the effort you put into that, Mr. Jason. I just want that to be known. Balshek says, I basically stopped gaming together after all this. I wasn't good enough. Elden Ring is an arms race. It is the point where I would consider Miyazaki being in an absolute hard race. Like a hard race in terms of skill. Elden Ring was the punish window is actually not a punish window mechanic. Malenia is an excellent example of a boss where the punish window is actually not a punish window. Balshek Balshek says, like, beating Sekiro twice was such a pain in the ass. Oh, that's a fun game. Sekiro is great. I did beat it twice. It was fun. The secrets, or the third way ending that most people don't do, is awesome. But I can understand that. Yeah, Sekiro asks a lot of people too. Balshek says, I think that was my last ride on this style of game. That's fair. That's fair. Rodon, you go on to say, Rodon, you aren't even supposed to beat by yourself, right? It's supposed to be like you and 4 NPCs and this and that. Yeah, that's the intended method of fighting Rodon. You can fight him by yourself. In both vanilla and Reforged. You can do that. But it is definitely encouraged that you fight him with more people. But he isn't like over the moon difficult. He's harder if you're melee though, I'll say that. Balshek says, and I didn't like the summon mechanic. Yeah, that's fair. Spirit ashes are not for everyone. Vanilla is especially, excuse me, vanilla spirit ashes kind of are all over the place. It's kind of stinky. Mr. Jason says, I'm going to sleep now, good sir. Glaceon returned to its Pokeball. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. You've been the best, good sir, as always. Please do stay safe and take care of yourself, Mr. Jason. I'm sure I'll see you again, good sir. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself, because you're always welcome here in these hallowed halls anytime. With that, I'm going to conclude some statements, and then we're going to try to keep moving. We should get to a rest site before we call it today. Balshek says, I liked Sekiro enough to play it twice and enjoy it. Yeah, I could see that. You can fight him, this is Radon. You can fight him by yourself if you're the most incredible, brilliant gamer ever. He's hard to fight. Radon is hard to fight by yourself. I'll give you that. It's a lot. Radon has a ton of different attacks that just make him hard to deal with. Additionally, if it wasn't like made clear by the fact that Radon is fighting on top of a horse, you should also be using Torrent for that fight. Which that's like vanilla design, by the way. That's not even like a Reforged specific thing or anything. You're straight up intended to fight on Torrent for at least the first phase because of just how fast he moves around. Which is why there's horse combat even in the first place. But yeah, you can. Balshek says, I only ever play melee in these games. These are sword games to me. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's like that is like the OG Dark Souls way to play, is like pick a melee weapon and get to work. Yeah, Radon will certainly punish that, but he punishes casters more. Radon is, if you realize what kind of close-up attacks he's doing, you can probably fight him. I have to deal with a lot more of his moveset far away from him. Never mind when he pulls out the great bow. That's always rough. Balshek says vanilla spirit ashes sound delicious. The Reforged and or Convergence versions of spirit ashes are way better. Way better. Balshek says, I think Sekiro is like my second or third favorite of one of these games. Yeah, it's a popular game. Lots of people like it. I like Sekiro. I like the swimming segment in Sekiro because I didn't think FromSoft could do water physics. And I'm still mad that Elden Ring did not have water physics. Like, come on. The potential is right there to have actual, pure, honest-to-goodness underwater fighting in this game engine, and we were denied that, except for Sekiro. We were denied that. Bolshek's like, whoa, I didn't think about fighting on a horse in one of these games. Yeah, it's pretty fine. It's not so much fighting on the horse. It's basic. It's nondescript. You're not really writing home about it. In fact, I can even like show the mechanics here because they're really not all that different. You're limited to one weapon on your horse. You use your left and or right trigger, or your left and or right bumper for light or heavies on that side. If you're casting a spell, the bumper you have keyed that to will of course have your spells on it. You could attack that way. I can change weapons the same way I normally would on the ground. And some spells or some things you cannot do on your horse. You should try it. You do deal less damage if you're on horseback. You do have a damage penalty for it, but it can be worth it. It's very gratifying. Bolshek says, I mean, in this game? Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. My favorite way to play in these games is two-handing a sword. Yeah, that's very classically Dark Souls coded for sure. Demon Souls is my favorite one. Yeah, we've discussed that before. 2 is my favorite, but mechanically I think 3 is the best out of like the trilogy. Not counting Bloodborne in that, I suppose. Or not counting Bloodborne among the Soulsborne titles. And the DLC is epic. Awesome to behold. Bolshek says, I remember having no feeling of gratification after beating Radon. Yeah, he's exhausting. He is exhausting. That is for sure. And it was kind of what made me lose steam on this game. Yeah, I could see that. Radon is like another like high fatigue area. If you make it past like Margit, right? Yeah, the common quit out is like Radon. Although Radon was balance patched, he has a lot less health than maybe you remember. I don't know when you opted to not play. Because the Radon balance patches were pretty robust because he was overtuned at the beginning so hard. Bolshek says Dark Souls 3 has a great last DLC and Dark Souls 2 has a great last DLC. Yep. Just don't ask me about, Horse Fornication Valley. Hate that. That dragged down the Dark Souls 2 DLC experience a little bit. Bolshek says, I played this game like the week it came out and not again. Yeah. You fought Super Radon. You fought Super Radon. Yeah, like original Radon. Yeah, I'm not surprised you tapped out. You go on to say, well, now I will want to fight the OG Radon if they made it easier. They're calling me weak. You should at least fight the weak version first. Before you like down patch the game or find a mod that unnerfs him. Bolshek's like, what? I do not remember that. In the Snow Kingdom DLC, yeah, the horses. Yeah, it was the horses. Like the electric horses that come out from in the middle of a blizzard, and you had to like pathfind your way through like a nondescript valley that had a blizzard the whole time. Yeah. People call that Horsefuck Valley, being kind of blunt and adult about it. It was infamous. Horsefuck Valley is infamous for this. It's what left people with a bad taste in their mouth of the DLC. If the Twin Tigers boss also didn't do that. Let me catch up on messages here. Bolshek's like, I beat him and got to the blood freak monster man. Oh, Moog. Maybe that's probably what that's referencing. A boss didn't make me give up. What made me give up was getting to the point of no return choice and being like, I don't care. Yeah, that's valid. That's totally valid. No attachment to the characters. I totally get this. Bolshek says, I slightly remember this. I think I just used like divination, mental divination, and had no problems with it. Fair. Did they make it easier in Scholar? I don't know. That probably is an experience all on its own that's worth streaming. Because, oh my god, if you guys want to see me mauled, Horsefuck Valley is it. Horsefuck Valley is like Spurg Fest. Complete Spurg out. Yeah, bad. Really, a bad experience. And then as for the Twin Tigers, the Twin Tigers were probably bad if I didn't invest so heavily in dark spells when I played it in the beginning. But the Twin Tigers are super resistant to dark. So I was like, well, yeah. And yes, I had sorceries, right? I was mainly a staff user. I was mainly used sorceries. Even then, yuck. That fight blew ass. I didn't finish. I could not finish that fight. And nor could I finish the end for that reason. Bolshek says, I think I could go back and finish the game and like it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be surprised if you had an easy peasy time through Horse Valley, then yeah, definitely. Bolshek goes on to say it was running out of all gaming Steam at this point. You might be surprised what you can find yourself capable of in the future, should you ever get back into Elden Ring or play it again for any reason. And especially with mods. That they make the experience so much better. Bolshek goes on to say, dude, I might be a Dark Souls 2 beast. I do not remember the last DLC being so painful. If you got through it, more power to you. But, you know, if I could wag a giant middle finger to that valley, I'd do it in 5 seconds. It was bad. Everyone I knew called it Horsefuck Valley and hated it. Hated it, hated it, hated it. It didn't matter whether you summoned NPCs to navigate through it or not. Ick. Bolshek says, yeah, I remember getting mad at the game once when I released that 70% of the bosses are strong to bladed weapons. I mean, to be fair, you know, maybe everyone got maybe Miyazaki got tired of everyone doing the quintessential Bleach build. That is to say, give me a giant two-handed sword and I'll play the game that way. Maybe Miyazaki was like, you know, there are blunt weapons, right? You should use those. Yeah, the Gatsu build, exactly. Yes, it is also his fault. Bolshek says, but I found a blunt weapon to mix it up. And yeah, that's fair. Blunt weapons are fun. Just bop people over the head and they're dead. Easy. You go on to say, well, now I just play ancient FPS games now. Fair. Fair. If they're enjoyable, that's the important part. Bolshek says, the last DLC for Dark Souls 2 had the best story content in the whole game. Yeah, I do remember it. It was certainly an experience, or series even. Series is contestable by like the Ringed City, but I will give you the best DLC for Dark Souls 2 by far. I love the sights in Dark Souls 1. Bolshek says, I could see that. I was always I was either sorceries or pyromancy, but when I did use a weapon, you know, just put a spear in my hand, a spear or a rapier, and I will play keep away until the ends of the earth. Ballshack says my interest is in games is like old FPSs and Castlevania. That's fair. That's fair. I'm kind of all over the place, but I usually don't play shooters. I'm sorry, my tastes are eclectic, so I'm having to think of what the second category is, but like puzzle games I'm kind of iffy on. It kind of depends on what the puzzle game is, but definitely not shooters. I'm like finicky on those. Ballshack says I teared up at the end of Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 2's last DLC. I believe that. No, I did not finish it. You could spoil it or not, your choice. You know, I don't know if I will play like Dark Souls 2 for stream or not. I'm not sure. I think that will depend on what my audience wants more than anything. Ballshack says Rapier Esto is always good. Yep. It carried me throughout the game before I had any like actual magic spells. Ballshack says I always like the falchion. My sibling is like that. That's their preferred weapon. They like the backflip special off of it. Very, very classic stuff. Ballshack asks, will you ever give it another go? Oh, right. I already addressed that. Yeah, it kind of depends on the audience. You go on to say it's the end of the Dark Souls story, if you ask me. Oh, people don't like the amalgamated super land that is Dark Souls 3. I kind of figured people were hugely about, you know, Drangleic not existing. And most people are like, that's not the end. Ballshack says I was never a katana gamer. I wasn't either, but I respected it. You go on to say, I like Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I like Dark Souls 3. That's when I got to experience modded Dark Souls for the first time. I played the Convergence for Dark Souls 3, and I enjoyed it pretty profusely. You love that last ending? Ooh, that's always relative. Oh, but yeah, like the sacrifice of Gale. Yeah, exactly. I get what you're talking about there. Where it was like a Eucharistic symbolism for drinking the blood to bring life back to it. Yes, exactly. That was a nice way to conclude Dark Souls overall. Mr. Jason says, actually, before I head off, Mr. Coin, in Pokemon Legends Z to A, good sir, I was one of those crazy people who unlocked the Eternal Flower Floette. To unlock it, you have to complete the entire storyline and get to rank A, which has the ever-increasing amount of points required for challenging a title match. And then you had to defeat the final boss, unlock the post-game, and then do 15 more Z to A Royale challenges and get 50,000 points in each. And then you had to do 5 more Z to A Royales at 50,000 points each to unlock the Le Super Tournoi de Jacinto. Yep. I thought her name would crop up yet again. Ballshack says, I'm creating an innocent reality for peaceful creatures like the Dragon Lassie from Dark Souls 1. Yeah, I do need to sit and do the... I do need to sit and do the Dark Souls 1 DLC. I can't believe I missed out on something like that. But... I'm tied up with personal projects. Ballshack says, I think that's all brilliant stuff. I love Dark Souls 3, and I'm actually shocked that so many people don't like it that much. By the time Dark Souls 3 came out, it's just... Dark Souls 3 was the start of what I call the boss design arms race. And many people definitely didn't like 2. So out of the people that returned to 3... there were people that were already turned away by like how 3 was different from 1 and how 3 was a return from the hot mess that was 2. And if the differences between those three games didn't get you, the boss design for Vort definitely would. And if that didn't do it, the boss design for Pontiff, yeah, Pontiff's really contentious. Deacons of the Deacons of the Abyss is another boss design that's really contentious. And Dancer is a really contentious boss design, among other things. I can only tell you, thinking from how a newcomer played, or how a newcomer might have played it, I'm telling you where the choke points in the boss design are. And it's at least those bosses. If, you know, the first of them all, Iodex Gunder, doesn't get you when you're at your weakest, when you're forced to beat a boss to advance, that's brutal. Mr. Jason says, what can I say, good sir? Me and Lady Jacinth have a lot of similarities. My Super Mario Maker 2 levels are basically my version of Jacinth's Stones, where she basically locks people in and forces them to battle. Ah, yes. We love imprisoning people. I jest, but... Bolshek says, I like Dark Souls 3 more than Bloodborne. Yeah. I've not played Bloodborne. It's the only one I've never actually been able to play. And Demon Souls. Other than those, I've played most of, like, the Soulsborne style games. I want to play Bloodborne, but I gotta afford it. I gotta be able to get, like, a PlayStation, and I can't do that. Let's see. I like Pontiff. Pontiff Sullivan is like a top 5. Fair. I can also see why a lot of people like him. Ballshat goes on to say, Vort is a classic. Get in his inner thigh on his weak side and win. Yeah. It's tough to get used to, but yeah, once you spot that pattern, he goes down pretty easy. Dancer, I beasted on. Pontiff is brutal for sure. And I actually had the most issues with Gunder. So Champion Gunder, I'm sorry, Iodex Gunder, the initial boss in the game, that transform, because Champion Gunder does not transform. He just has a more brutal phase 2. And his new attack box is like giant, but his hitbox is still tiny because you're locking onto his body. Yup, that disconnect right there. That disconnect right there turns a lot of people away from Dark Souls 3. I have an IRL friend. I tried to introduce her to Dark Souls 3 because she was thinking of doing Elden Ring, and I said, maybe you want to start with Dark Souls first because it's a more linear experience, and you may not like how much more difficult Elden Ring is. And yeah, Iodex Gunder was her turnoff right then and there. Ballshack was like, dude, I seethed about that being Iodex Gunder. Fair. Talk about spurging. That was my spurg valley. Yep. Ballshack says Champ Gunder is easy. I found Iodex easier, but that may have been because, again, magic spells make the initial early game still difficult, but if you had pyromancy, you were good to go. Ballshik says there's always little BS lock-on stuff like that in the Souls games. Yeah, camera jank, right? Mr. Jason says, speaking of Lady Jacinth, though, good sir, this is the perfect time to show that Mr. Jason does in fact run an organization on Discord that is probably even more exclusive and closed off than the TCC, which is known as the SBC, Society of Battle Connoisseurs. And the TCC is supposedly my most public endeavor and is already super locked off. Too true, good sir. And you gotta even play a specific game and get a specific amount of money for it. Yeah, like over 3 million Poké Dollars, if I remember right. Bolshek says Neo 1 was my favorite in this style of action game for a long time because it was the easy, fun one. You could get a spell that slowed bosses down. Yeah, I was an Amio mage. I remember the spells. And a spell that doubles your damage. Yup. You could just beast. Absolutely. I played and beat Neo 1 and its DLC on this channel. I was a super Amio mage. Always toggling the elements to whatever I needed the most. It was fun. Bolshek then goes on to say, you know what bosses gave me the most pain in the entire Souls series? Four Kings? Yup. That one threw me for a loop. And Lost Demon in Dark Souls 1. I do not remember Lost Demon, but definitely Four Kings was just huge health bars. Yeah, it's also a DPS check. Yes, Four Kings you cannot take your time with. Bolshek says the spinning weapon in Neo 1, you could literally get into an enemy's hitbox, slow him down, double your damage, and do the spin move until he dies. Oh, the Kusarigama. Yeah. Yeah, I was a Kusarigama main in that, and I guess I just never did that. Oopsie. Kusarigama was indeed epic. They go on to say, the demon in the bottom of the asylum when you return, the stray demon. Oh, yeah, I don't remember him very well. I do not remember him very well. So I'll asylum. Yeah, I'm blanking. He has a lot of health. I do remember that. He has a ton of health. Bolshek says, I love all the movesets in that game in Neo 1. Yeah, the Kusarigama was a real abject joy to use among all these things. Bolshek says Demon Souls is bloody brilliant. Really the most beautiful of all of these. Yeah, I could see why. A lot of people like the different tone of Demon Souls compared to like the rest of the series. It was a little bit more, yeah, magically esoteric is the way I would put it. Whereas Dark Souls 1 didn't really feel like regression. The tone was just different. And a bit more grim. Demon Souls was an interesting play. It was in an interesting spot lore-wise. I could go on and on about this. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to like nerd out, I do gotta check in and see how my folks at the house are getting on, and I've gotta go manage dinner, among other things. It's dinner time. Exactly. Bolshek says Dark Souls 1 feels next gen in a very normal way. Yeah, I totally get that. Thank you for stopping by, Bolshek. It was good to see you again, as always, good sir. Please do stay safe and take care of yourself. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. I hope to see you again tomorrow, but if I don't see you, take care of yourself out there. Dangerous place out there. Well, after work, such is the struggle of life, right? I totally get that. My apologies, guys. We've just been chatting away for 30 minutes. I said we were gonna get to a rest site, but honestly, I want to leave you guys with this amazing view. The Deep-Root Depths is one of my favorite places in all of Elden Ring. Maybe only beaten out by Elfail of the Halig Tree. It's beautiful. The shading is just very different. Bolshek says atmospheric chat. Wish this game had a smell-o-vision for this locale. It would smell kind of grungy and dirty. I'm not sure you'd want that, but I get what you mean. This is like the land that leads into death. like the god of death would like resides here. Balshik says it would smell like a fireplace. I would want it to smell like that, but it probably wouldn't. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir, I'm aware of a person that I know of that has almost as many members as the TCC, and that's really impressive in and of itself. And even if their Discord passes the client count of the TCC, I have to say, while that is impressive, we have to remember that the TCC is one where I don't invite you if I don't see the worth. That's not to say that people are worthless if they don't get invited, but I need to be sure of that person. Sure. Mr. Jason says, good night, Mr. Coin. See you tomorrow, good sir. See you both tomorrow. See everyone tomorrow. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, fire spells only, all content routing. I think we made good progress today, all things considered. We'll be back at this again tomorrow, and then the day after that, Backlog Friday. Before I go, beautiful, brilliant progress. Thank you. And yes, the TCC absolutely does have vetting processes, Mr. Jason. Like, I totally get that. You kind of don't really get invited unless you're on Twitch. That's totally fine. Like I was saying earlier, guys, do not forget about the vote item that's in the voting for content channel in the Discord server. That will be coming up due tomorrow, if I remember correctly. Please, especially if you're subscribed or you're paying for benefits for any of my platforms or channels, you get an extra vote on voting items. It's like the main channel gimmick I have. Do not let that go to waste. If you got questions, please ask. I'll be more than happy to answer. But other than that, it's kind of determining the path that we're going to be taking in Super Mario Odyssey moving forward. Please don't forget about that. Mr. Jason says, not just Twitch, good sir. I just have to feel that someone's worth my time. Of course. And I appreciate that I am, Mr. Jason. I'm confident that we will get more people to come to the TCC given the time. Well, guys, this has been a wonderful session. Please do stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime, of course. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you guys in the next one. And with that, farewell and goodbye.